Well. Looks like I wrote a book, guys. It's nice to feel accomplished once in a while in life, and I finally got through a big project, medium-sized project. I don't know, but it's done. And it still hasn't set in yet, but it's setting in little by little. So first off, yeah, thank you guys for putting up with me and my streams and my stories and my my long rambling on here for years. Hopefully has helped you guys, or at least give you guys some perspective, some hope, and more importantly, options. More sexual power and options. So you guys can get what you want out of life, instead of watching other people get what they want or something. So yeah, all right. We already got a $20 super chat with Todd. You get one of these, sir.
Thank you so much, best friend.
Todd M7, our member, $20. The first of many works, my good man. Congrats. Well, thank you, man. Todd has been a longtime supporter of the channel. He is one of the guys that I always see in here, and so thank you, guys. Thank you, Todd, for your support. Asking good questions. Honestly, you guys may not know this, but sometimes the best way to ask a good question or to support a show or support me is to ask good questions, right? Because your question may help somebody else or it may help move the show along and all that stuff. So thank you again, Todd. I appreciate it. And we have 10 memberships gifted out, and sir, you get one of these.
Are you trying to have sex with me?
Thank you, Meech. Long-time supporter of the show. Me and Meech go way back. Congrats on your book, my fellow. Yeah, dude, if Meech was here, he'd be like, they think like he'd be Mexican, right? Being brown, no matter where you are, you just fill in whatever the local brown is, So yeah. You've helped me. You've helped me help myself more than you know, my man. This is the least I can do. Hey, man. Uh, yeah, and guys, if you do purchase the book, which I deeply appreciate, and you're done with it, hand it to someone else. Give it to a friend, a brother, someone that's dating, someone that's ready. They may not read it, they may not care. Don't ask them about it, just so they can at least get their foot in the door and all that. So yeah, thank you, Captain. Hey, Nuke, Shadow listener here, been here since 1K subs. Just bought a copy. Looking forward to the read. Yeah, man, you're gonna like it. Quick announcement though, the Kindle version, it's gonna come out this Friday. I had an issue with the Kindle version, so that's pushed to Friday, but the paperback is available today. So sorry, just dealing with some issues, and so thank you again. $6 shrimp special coming right up, sir. Where are you? I gotta organize all my stuff. Man, there you are.
Jesus answered, I am the way and the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. $6 shrimp special.
All right, Michael, with the $6, a well-earned shrimp special. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Let me thanks, Todd, for the book. Yeah, I should have put the book link, man. I'm not even thinking. Let me pin it here in the comments. Too, so you guys, if you guys want to check it out, and guys, for what it's worth, don't feel pressured to buy it, man. Like a lot of you guys already got this stuff down pat. You're well on your way. You're probably even married now or something. But just know that if you were here on these streams challenging me with questions, watching me, you were part of my success, and it's just nice to see people. It's just nice to see people like give a shit, right? One thing that bothers me, and I know this bothers me too, and probably a lot of you guys too, is that uh there's so much doom and gloom, so much I give up, so much I quit, and that really is like one of the shittiest one of the shittiest ways to go about life, man. Like how do you do that every day? But then like if you quit something, you keep complaining about it and coming back to it and opining and trying to get other people to quit. And my thing is like, listen, I'm not saying any of this is easy. It may get ridiculously easy. It will get ridiculously easy to the point where you're like, whoa. But there's a lot of stuff you got to work through, man, to get good at this dating stuff and good with women and by extension, sorry, and by extension, marriage, kids, like it goes deep, man. We didn't get the tools we needed to be any of those things, right? Our boomer grandparents and parents, they were clueless. You know, a lot of our parents just floated through life or were focused on more important things like putting food on the table. They weren't going to teach us how to touch a woman or what to do when a woman says this. They didn't have the time or didn't have the knowledge, right? So we decided as men to solve a problem. And what is more masculine than taking a problem and saying, how do we fix this? Instead of saying, let's give up on it, but never stop talking about it, you know? So let me get. Oh yeah, Grim Villain. Always Grim Villain, long time follower. So thank you. Congrats, thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Um, alrighty. Congratulations on your. Okay, hold on. Let me get these. Sorry, it's just a lot of lot of things I'm managing right now. So let me focus. You get one of these, sir.
Thank you so much, best friend!
Alrighty. So, yeah, guys. So it's been a long journey. Not to get to therapy speak, but it's been a long journey. I had a lot of ups and downs writing all these essays. I was in different headspaces for each one. My writing is going to betray me. You're going to read stuff in there. You're going to be like, "What the hell?" And you're going to read stuff in there like, "Yeah, this sounds like Nuke." But remember that as an author, your writing betrays you. You think you're trying to convey something, and then something else comes off. So yeah. So Alex Patino with the $5. Congratulations on your book. Who's going to narrate it, you or Jack? That is a good question. What do you guys think? I'll let you guys pine in. Should I narrate it? I have a very boring voice, but maybe Jack is better. I don't know. That's a bridge I'll cross when I get there. But for right now, I have to focus on marketing and all that stuff. So yeah. Congratulations, Nuke. Your content helped so much these past years. Hey man, awesome. Yeah, and here's the thing, right? Um, when you guys like listen to my stuff, not that I'm like Mr. Know-it-all, right? I'm just a guy, don't you guys get like a sigh of relief, right? A lot of the times you guys were duped into you guys were duped into like, oh, you gotta be mad at women and you're watching like 2-hour podcasts, and I get it. They gotta make their money and they're just maybe they're helpful in that they show you how women think and all that stuff, right? But men, we're planners. That's why my main catchphrase is what's your plan? And it stops people in their tracks because this online stuff is not about action. We gotta change the world. What's the plan? Spread awareness. I'm like, okay, I'm aware. What's next? Like we can't do this forever, man. We're gonna get tired. People are gonna get bitter, and that's your one way ticket to bitterness, right? Because you see these people, and then you want to get behind them because you think they're leading the charge to change anything. I'm here to tell you, nothing's gonna change, man. And if it does, you'll probably be dead by then, or you'll probably be already had found a girl by the time things get better. You might have figured it out. So you want to wait forever, or you want to freaking get this shit done, get it out, like move on, right? So yeah. Fred Jacobs with the $50. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, best friend!
All right, Fred Jacobs with the $50. Thank you, sir. Congrats on the book, bud. Yeah, Fred's always spoiling me, man. Thank you, Fred. You've always like gone out of your way to give me lots of super chats. So I appreciate it, man. I'll put this money towards more marketing for the books. If one more guy can get this book, um it's a good deal, right? So yeah, thanks again, Fred. Luis Dev with the $10. You want these, sir?
Thank you so much, best friend!
Luis Dev with the $9.99. Congrats, Space Cowboy. I'm supporting the Kindle version when it drops. Awesome. So, yeah, after awareness comes action. Yeah, audiobook. I don't know. Here's my concern, guys, with the audiobook. I've been told by my ops as well as loving family members that I'm a little boring when I speak. Um, Sometimes some women have told me that my voice is very calming and, dare I say, attractive, but I don't wanna put you guys to sleep if I narrate it, right? So I have to really think about if I'm gonna narrate. It'd be nice, like, my ego wants me to narrate my own book, but if I can get someone, with more interesting or more experience, right? Right now, my number 1 would be Jack, since I know him and I know his work, and I've listened to whole books narrated by him, and he's gotten better, and he takes his shit seriously. He's a hardworking guy, so he'd be number 1. I don't really know anyone else that could narrate it, but yeah, he'd be number 1. So, it's something to consider. I have to really think. I don't wanna put people to sleep with my voice, so yeah. Um, Lies, your voice is foul, stop it. Yeah. I think if you actively paid attention, yeah, maybe I gotta do some training. Maybe I gotta, like, do some, just watch, because it's tough, right? Because when you're delivering information, um, and you're working through topics and concepts like that, I am very, like, I want the information to be the main thing. Like, "Hey, focus on this." But if you don't deliver things with a certain level of entertainment, voice inflection, suspense, and all that, then, it becomes, boring, it becomes like watching, C-SPAN or something. So, something I gotta work on. I know I've been streaming for years, but something I gotta work on. I have the most boring voice, I know, so I'm gonna put myself to sleep. Oh, man, maybe we'll do 2 versions then. So yeah. So yeah, man, guys, it's been a long time. I wish I could have released it sooner, but ups and downs in life, and you lose focus and you lose kind of like, I wouldn't say the drive, but um, sometimes you really doubt if you can help people or if your voice is really needed. I know that sounds kind of self defeatist, right? But sometimes when you're in this industry, right, and you're trying to carve out your own little you know spot, your own little market share, if you will, you guys would be surprised how much road bumps there are on the way to just maybe 1% of the market share of dating advice in the red pill. I have gotten phone calls with death threat, not death threats, but like weird phone calls from people. I've been backstabbed. And I'm sure all other guys have been backstabbed. I've been made a fool of. I've been, dare I say, I've gotten, personal details revealed about me. Uh, yeah, and the list goes on. Scammed. It's tough. Like I come from a very serious and very honor-based profession, which is being a nuclear reactor operator, right? And in that profession, it's serious. You don't play around. There is no time for like drama and stuff like that. We're adults. We're freaking grown-ups, right? So a lot of the times it's really hard for me to step into this clown, I want to say clown role, but like kayfabe, where I gotta pretend to be mad at someone, or I gotta pretend to like that things bother me. It's tough, right? Because but that's every job has toilets to scrub. Um, and it's interesting because because I'm not like that, right? I get told I'm either dumb or boring or what all this stuff. I'm like, yeah, I get it. Like I understand I come across like that. But at the same time, guys, it's just my background is a very serious background. I don't come from um you know, flipping burgers at McDonald's. Not that there's anything wrong with it. Or I didn't stream when I was 18. I was operating nuclear reactors where one mistake could have cost me a lot of damage to my career and to the equipment I was working on. Right. So I had to take life seriously. So in this industry where you can't take yourself too seriously, um, it's kind of weird. I see myself as like you know, just like a super serious guy amongst all these, actors and a circus, right? Maybe I'm a Debbie Downer, who knows? But yeah, you can pretend to be mad at me, we can start legendary beef. Yeah, the thing is, like, I've had beefs, but it was like in person in the military, and we would like go into the berthing and we would just yell or fight it out like men, right? It's so weird where someone 1,000 miles away from me is like, I don't like you, Nuke. You're an asshole. And I'm like, I don't know I don't know what to tell you, dude. Like, do you want me? You know what I'm saying? Like, now, picture this, right? You're at your job and you get a phone call from somebody from another company that says you're not doing a good job. And you're like, "What?" You laugh and you hang up. That's what it feels like, right? Like you know, you're not connected to me. It's still that's what it feels like. "Hey, Nuke, I know you work at Verizon. I work at AT&T. You're doing a terrible job. Okay? I'm gonna go back to the people I work for. Have a good day, sir." That's really what it feels like, man. It's just the weirdest thing. Cappy hired a guy named Keith Hughes for Zero World Problems. Really cool voice. Yeah, I have the physical copy. Yeah, and I already put it on my Instagram. Officially an author now. I don't know. I don't feel like an author, and I almost forgot that my book was supposed to release today. I woke up and I'm like, I should probably check. And so I'll narrate your book for you. Okay. Do you have like a British accent? That'd be cool. But yeah, guys. So I had the idea to write the book. Excuse me. I had the idea to write the book a long time ago. But I said, okay, I'm just gonna take my dating thread, right? That I wrote, the 100-point dating thread. Um, and I wrote that thread on February 12th, 10th through the 12th. I was out in San Angelo, Texas on a job on some data center out there, working really hard. I remember doing some maintenance. What was I doing? Replacing batteries in a data center? What was I doing? Anyways, I was out there and I had plates, like 3 plates, I think, and I lost all of them. Over the course of 3 weeks, all the women I was sleeping with or seeing, all gone. And then the final one, um, she said she couldn't see me anymore because she's kinda seen that's what she said, she's kinda seen so I'm like, "Okay." Problem is she had my dog, right? And, like, my puppy, he was a one-year-old puppy then. So I was like, "Oh, shit. This is not good." Um, so when I get back from San Angelo back to Dallas, she texts me or calls me crying, I lost him, I lost him." And I'm like, "Hey, relax, relax. We'll find him. I know he's a Shiba Inu, but they're smart dogs. He's just gonna find somewhere quiet and shady to hide, right?" So by the time I get there, she finds him again, and he's all cut up and he's limping. And this girl couldn't be happier to hand him off to me and never see me again. Like, she was very relieved. And usually when I go over to her house, I go upstairs and she's like, "No, stay down there." So the guy was probably up there, or she tried to play this like, "Oh, I'm a serious girlfriend." I'll think whatever. She handed me off the dog, and I said to her, "So I can't see you anymore?" She's like, "Nah." And I was like, "Okay, well, um, don't mess this up. I believe in you." Right? And I gave her a fist bump and I took my dog, and she laughed, and then I take my dog to the park. He's limping and I'm pissed. Like, guys, when you have a 1-year-old puppy that you've left with someone and it's limping, you get kind of mad. Like, that's my most prized possession is my dog. My dog is my most prized possession, right? So I was pretty pissed, you know? And I had finished the dating thread and all that stuff. And at that moment, I'm like, I was like time for me to take a step back, and I'm like, "What the hell?" And I was on Twitter, right? I was trying to strike it out on Twitter. I had been on Twitter for years now, like actively posting since like 2016. Um, so I write this thread, and it gets like the attention of like all these people, and it's a great thread, and I could put it up here. And guys, I'm no longer gonna pin it. It's crazy. That thing has been pinned for years, and it's no longer gonna be pinned soon because I'm gonna put my book link up there. Right? Hold on. Here we go. So let me pull it up here. So yeah, I write that thread, and guys, I was like, "What the heck?" I only expected it to be like 10 or 15 points, but I'm like, "Wait a minute, I got all this." Like my brain started just dumping everything I learned, and like every single post got like 500 likes, 1,000 likes or whatever. And I'm like, "Man, people are really liking this," and I don't know why. And one of the things I believe I believe that made the thread so powerful, and people have told me this, was that it just feels relatable. Like it just feels down to earth. We during this time, it was written in February 2023. We're at the peak of yelling at women, debate podcasts, and kicking girls off shows, and this and that, right? And for what it's worth, guys, like, listen, I watch those shows too, so I'm not above it. I watch those shows, but it's the same way you guys would watch like Jerry Springer. We're like, it's Jerry, it's just crazy people on there, right? It's not like, because I was out there dating women. And the thing is, I had mostly positive experiences with women. Like I didn't have like a big fallout with women. The worst thing was this girl with my dog, and even then I was just like, she's just a girl, you know, like she made a mistake and she's happy to get rid of me because she found a boyfriend, right? And it was weird because I was sleeping with her up till 2 weeks ago. So maybe the guy finally, decided to come around and stay and all that stuff. But I was mad because it was my puppy. But for what it's worth, I had positive experiences with women. Women weren't out to like I've had women do crazy things for me, and not psycho things, like nice things, right? Very few psycho shit, and mostly girls just like, I want to do nice things for you. And you'll see it in the book. You'll see stories. There's 4 stories in there of women, and you'll realize like I didn't look at the stories as this bitch did this, right? I looked at the story as what can I learn, and this is how I'm supposed to be treated. All those women in the stories treated me really good. And I tell you, one thing guys got to understand, besides you can also learn when women treat you good. And that's one of the things I want to come across. Sorry, I want to push here. Everyone's always talking about, hey, if you do this or if you mess up with women, they'll punish you, and that's how you learn. I'm like, great, but have you ever just got something good from a woman, like a nice meal, right? Uh, Marathon sex where she just tells you to lay back and I'll do everything, or hey, I'm gonna bake you a pie. Like all these good treatment, that also teaches you, right? That also teaches you. And guys got to understand, when you have this antagonistic view of women, you're blocking so much knowledge and information that you could be learning for the next girl, for her specifically, and for life in general. So, for example, if um I sleep with a girl, right? And I'm like, "Oh, that was good." And then she doesn't text me for like 7 days. And I get mad, and I'm in the mood, and I'm in the mindset of like women are whores, blah blah blah, right? That's all your education is. All your education is gonna be like everything has to confirm that women ain't shit. You're only gonna see through that lens. Relax, slow down. You text that girl after 7 days. What, you don't have anything to lose. You already slept with her, right? And you say, "Hey, I want to see you this weekend, blah, blah, blah." And she says, "Yes, let's do it." Guess what you just learned? You just learned that sometimes women suck at texting. That's a lot better than women ghosting me because they're whores. You see what I'm saying? Like, yes, are women sluts? Yeah, yeah, sure. But also you learn, hey, sometimes you gotta initiate the interaction again because women suck. Women are not leaders. Women are not gonna turn into mindless uh concubine sluts for you just because you fucked them once. I know a lot of guys say, "Oh, my dick game is amazing." I'm like, guys, there have been women that I've had to sleep with like 3 times before they were like, "Hey, do you need a back rub?" Right? You just got to keep doing it. And these are things that you learn when you stop being the victim and you're just like, I am going to figure this out. And that, my friends, was my um was my edge here in this dating stuff, was that I said, I'm not going to be the victim. I'm going to learn. And if things go wrong, then they go wrong. But I'm never going to look at a woman's action as she's a bad person. I'm going to look at it as that is just what happens when you do X or do Y. That's it. You know, um, your education, and that's what I want to really. That is why I included those stories, because I want your guys' education not to come from the fact that you can't control women, but that hey, you can learn both the hard way and the easy way, right? Like Admiral Rickover, the father of nuclear navy, said. He said it is not necessary to make every single mistake. You can learn from the mistakes of others, and I'm sure Mish definitely agrees with that. In the corporate world, a lot of people, I think it was millennials, oh, you got to make mistakes, that's part of life. No, you don't have to make mistakes. I make dumb mistakes all the time, take it from me. But sometimes I look back and I said I didn't have to learn that the hard way. I had everything in front of me telling me not to do something, and I did it anyway, and I learned the hard way, and my only regret was that I could have learned the easy way, right? Do you have to learn the hard way sometimes? Yes, but for the most part, like Admiral Rickover said, it is not necessary to make every single mistake to learn from them. You can learn from the mistakes of others. So that's what I did. So very important, guys, that you guys give yourself a chance to learn from women. Um, I always say, especially like the incel co people, whatever. I always say, hey, if you guys know so much about women, why aren't you getting laid? Right? I know a lot about women, and you know what the number one thing when you learn a lot about women that happens, you no longer care that much. It's just like, oh, this is it. I already this problem solved. When I need help, I'll go find the tools. I'll ask somebody, and then move on. Right? So this was the thread. I know you guys know about this thread, but yeah, I wrote it and started on February 11th, 2023. And I started writing. And so the book is based on each one of these. Each one of these has an essay attached to it. The individual essays are on Substack. You guys can read those on an individual level. It's $7 a month on Substack, and you guys get like 200 essays off the bat. And there's 100 of those essays are based on each one of these points of these thread. Have I changed my mind on a couple of these things? A little bit, not by much, but the book is pretty updated on my current views on everything, like within 6 months, 5 months, right? There's some things in here that I look back and I'm like, I was right, but I wrote it the wrong way or it didn't make sense when I wrote it. So, and there are a lot of things that I believe wholeheartedly, but I couldn't explain well. So I'm glad I got to write about it, right? Um, so every one of these has a fleshed out essay about them. And so everything I've ever learned is in that book, right? Are there other things on a deeper level that I've learned? Yes, but I didn't think it was necessary, or the book was already out, and I was like, whatever. So, and this is what I'm saying, guys. Like, I don't know if you could see it. I don't know if you guys are on your phone and stuff, but the here we go. So the things I was getting told was really validating and confirming my my kind of my work, my experience, right? Sovereign man, bro, army vet here, former worldwide player, now retired grandpa. I can confirm every point is 100% spot on. I spent 4 years on YouTube saying this and received two things: pissed off men and wives in my DMs trying to smash. Me too. Me too. So, uh, yeah, and guys, those are the mistakes I made. I got a little bit too involved with Twitter beef and drama, which it helped me, right? But at the same time, women on the internet, they're not here for husbands, right? They can find one in real life. They're here for drama that they don't get from the men in their lives, right? So if you give them enough, then they'll continue and they'll want more and they'll want more, and then you'll end up, screenshotting messages and all that stuff. But yeah. Yeah, like, this guy's a pretty cool guy. I think this guy is pretty wealthy, pretty switched on, pretty wealthy guy. Point 0.5 massively dead on. If they're single past a certain point and they actually have shit to offer, they're going to hit that, and it's heartbreaking because often it's the end of the road and they don't even recognize it. Yep. Yeah, so a lot of good things, right? Um, so thank you guys for the support on that. Um, so yeah, and that's the thing, guys. Like I realized, like, hey, yeah, 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 Fred. So the reason women go on the internet and become like these punching bags, and they're just like they say dumb stuff, right? There's two reasons, right? I think Ryan Stone, he quote tweeted Michaela, today on Twitter. Essentially, no one tells these women they're wrong. They probably work in tech or around, sexually inexperienced men or weak men or like, dorky men, and they're yes men, right? So these women never get told or ignored, and at least ignored. Everything they do is like they get a um clap track for it. So by the time when they get to the internet, they really wholeheartedly believe they're bullshit. And there's no proof of concept for anything they say. They just say it and everyone claps. And because they're not here for helping or to like add to the conversation, right? They're here to seek consensus. They want other guys or other girls to believe them and, agree, right? Here, I can't do that. Everything I say, I can't just willy nilly say things. It has to be helpful. It has to make sense, right? And even with all that, guys, if you guys search dating advice, not red pill, just dating advice on Instagram or on YouTube, the lion's share of this advice is women giving it to men or women giving it to both men and women. That is the lion's share of dating advice, right? So when I say, I wrote a thread the other day, 100 things that your competition is doing. Um, they're taking advice from they're taking advice from women. The guys that are competing for you for the same women, they're taking advice from women, right? And what is advice for women? Be yourself, whatever version of that. Hold the door open for a girl, great, yeah, I hold the door open for you anyway. Whether you're a grandma or my mom or some girl in living in my building, I'm gonna hold. I have manners. That is not the edge that I need to get laid, right? Um, yeah, they. Well, the thing is, like, they know deep down that we know what we're talking about. They know that we know. I know that they know that they know. But do they know that I know that they know that I know? They do know that I know that they know that we know that they don't know. And that's the problem. If you guys follow me, it's like this kayfabe kind of like we just got to play along. Remember, women. A lot of people say, "Oh, women don't live in reality." They do. They just are trying to see who's playing along with their bullshit and who's going to call them out. Right? Have you guys ever done something for women or done something to women where they've told you you're not supposed to know that? I'm sure all of you guys have experienced that where a girl's like you say something smooth or you satisfy her sexually so good or you do something and she says you're not supposed to know that or you're not supposed to do that. Where did you learn that? Was it another girl? Because they have their own secret world where they look at us from the outside and they have like a girl code, right? They have all these things. Um, so there's a part of them that can never give you the game because they don't want because if they know the game, sorry, excuse me. If you knew the game, they would lose. That's why they gotta obfuscate. That's why they gotta go with emotions first, because they know that the guys they have sex with know that they don't know. And remember, more sexual power and options, rule zero, right? So if we have more sexual power and options, that means they have less. That's just the way it works. No, not everyone can come out winning, right? There has to be winners and losers in the dating game. The problem is that there's so many losers that winners are in short supply. So win, right? It's do the things that winners do, and it's trust me, it's not complaining about women on the internet. So, oh yeah, the face they make when they step on their own, yeah, yeah, and you'll see too. Once you get to a certain point of abundance, and when I say abundance, guys, I don't mean like Andrew Tate or Dan Bilzerian and an ocean of women on a yacht. Got it. Cool. I mean, like abundance where you always like, for a fact within a week or 2 weeks, you're going to get laid with another chick. Like, like it just, you've been getting consistently laid for the past couple months. And you're just like, oh, I figured it out. There's always a girl, an old girl that shows up, or I'm at a party, or I get a match. There's something in the water for me, and I just got to go out and grab it. Right. Once you get that abundance mentality, you're going to start hoping that women don't step on their own, you know what, right? Like you'll talk to a woman and you'll realize like having abundance or options really is being like a different type of animal. Guys with no options, you've seen them. Look, go right now and look at any female account on Twitter, whether it be a sex account or whatever, or just a conservative commentator, whatever they are. Look at the comments. Those guys aren't sexually experienced. Those guys aren't sexually successful. And if they may have a wife, right? Wow, one wife. You get to tell me about dating and women because you've had exactly sex with one for the past 20 years. Thank you. Thank you for your input, sir. Appreciate it. But look at what they say. Look at like how they you know, talk and express themselves and all that stuff. And you'll be like, wow, this is my competition. This is who um I have to worry about out there. So I don't understand all the black pill. And your competition is in a pretty bad spot, you know? And you you won't um you won't feel that you have no competition until you get a little bit immersed and then you step back. And there's two things gonna happen. You're gonna see guys struggling from afar, right? And you're rooting for them, right? You got your girls, you got your wife, your girlfriend, whatever you have, and you see a guy struggling, and you're like, oh, I hope he pulls through. I hope he doesn't get bitter from this interaction. I hope he figures it out, whatever, blah, blah. And they don't. They fumble. That's okay. We all get rejected, but then they get bitter, and then or they keep trying the same thing. I go out to the dance scene, I stand in the corner, and I'm just waiting for my next dance or talking with friends or whatever, and I see guys do the same thing every time, right? And it's crazy because I've written and talked about how to go about the dance scene, right? I'm not going to tell people in real life. They don't care about my opinion. They think I'm just some dork that goes to dance. They don't know that I'm the world's best dating coach. They don't fucking know. Um, but I see it, right? And I see the game and I'm like, I'm rolling my eyes. I'm trying to blah, blah, blah. And it's just, I'm like, wow, um, this is the competition, right? And for what it's worth, it's not their fault. Maybe they don't have the right information, or their ego won't let them, accept that they suck or something. But so don't get too discouraged. Just open your eyes a little bit when you're out there, right? And then for the girls, you're gonna have girls that you're like, oh, I want to talk to this girl, and usually you're going to start realizing that as you get to a certain age and certain level of abundance, women are talking themselves out of sex with you. And I know that sounds kind of lame because as guys we have to be this like animals. We have to like have sex with everything, and we can't think, and we're just like mindless sex zombies, right? Ever, oh, pussy. I'm telling you guys, like once you have abundance, that shit goes away. And that's the awesome part. That's what they don't want us to have. They want us to be mindless sex addicted freaks because you can manipulate sex addicted freaks or sex starved freaks. You can't manipulate a guy that's well fucked. You can't, right? You can't get him to church. It's harder to get him to church. It's harder to get him to listen to women and to want to work with women. It's harder for him to settle down. It's harder for him to spend money on women. It's harder for him to sacrifice more than he has to. Oh, a guy that's well, with options and abundance, good luck. He's uncontrollable, right? He's on his own program, doing his own thing. And it's just like, yeah. So that's why, uh, what was I saying? So you can't manipulate guys that get laid. You can't manipulate guys that with abundance and options and all that stuff. So they got to obfuscate everything that we say here and talk about. They got to tell us we're bad, because if the whole world understood the truth about women, a lot of a lot of productivity would stop, because guys would be like, "Wow, what's the point now?" You know, I'm 24, I'm working really hard. I was gonna get a wife, but like from what you guys are telling me, marrying a woman my age is not the greatest deal, right? So, yeah. Yeah, no levers of control to exploit. Right. Yeah. It's just think about that for a second, guys. Like, do you understand how powerful it is? That's how you take your power back. And for what it's worth, being too into sex and not focusing on your career and all that stuff, like, guys, even if you're getting lots of women, think about your future, right? Put in extra hours if you have to. Think about the next promotion, move ahead, right? Don't don't let women be the thing that fills you up, because women come and go, and one day you'll get bored and you wish, hey, I wish I would have worked a little bit harder. But don't go the other route where you just work, work, work and say, I'm gonna wait, sit on my hands and wait for the perfect girl. It doesn't work either, right? Lean more towards lots of women, but don't forget that you have a future, right? But look at it like this. Um, the way society manipulates you as a guy, and women in general, is lack of sex. That's how they move products. That's how they get you to vote. That's how they get you to be comply, right? Everything boils down to men want sex. We've hooked civilization, the engine of civilization, to men's sex drive. So when you get it for free or for almost no hassle, that carrot is gone, because you're like, I already had the carrot. I'm eating the carrot. I don't have to run as fast to get the carrot. And that's why we're in a little bit of a tiffy right now, because if guys can't are convinced they can never get the carrot, or they can eat the carrot, they could stop the treadmill and just reach out and eat the carrot, then yeah, there's a large part of society that's going to be like, I'm not going to work harder, because either I can't get the carrot under no circumstance, or I already had the carrot. Thanks. Why would what? So um it's freedom, right? And this is mostly what I offer with my book. It's freedom. Really, it's just freedom. It's freedom. And that's why everyone thinks dating advice is cringe. That's why people that want to save the planet, save the world, they all think dating advice is cringe, because one thing that you offer men that they're always going to resent you for is keys to their own prison, right? They don't want they don't want keys to their own prison, because that would mean they have to take responsibility for their lives. They want someone else to tell them what to do. They want mommy to instruct them, to tell them what is right. Um, they want the world to just be like, "Hey, this is what you gotta do next." They don't wanna think for themselves. They don't wanna ask themselves, "What do I want that involves no one else?" So when you read this book that tells you, "Here's how you get laid," so at least you have a better understanding of what you want, because maybe a lot of the things that you want are tied to, "This will get me more sex." Great. Let me ask you this. If you are a guy with game, doesn't matter where you go in the world, whether it be, um where Mish is at, or where Jack is at, or South America or Southeast Asia or America. If you understand women, you're gonna get laid. Now, obviously there's places where you'll get laid more based on, factors like your own race. Like, I'm pretty sure if I go to Colombia or Dominican Republic, I'll have to fight women off me, right? Because I look like the type of guys that they like, and I speak Spanish and I dance, whatever, right? But uh I'd do okay anywhere on earth, right? I'd have to probably calibrate a little bit. I would say, I'd have to learn the language, but I'm not gonna be pimp daddy nuke everywhere I go, but I'll do okay, right? It'll be solved wherever I go. Um, how are you gonna get a guy like that to be like, "Hey, you need to work an extra 10 hours in the factory or 10 hours in the warehouse." And I'm like, "For who?" I already got like, I'm living well below my means. I'm comfortable. What what do you mean, work harder? For what? I've already invested, I got a side business. Like, work harder. It's my free time is worth more than what I get paid here now. right? So, yeah. Uh, let's see. Oh, we got E. Jones in the chat. How you doing, sir? Crimson King. Hello, hello. Jack, I see you in there too. Corleo with the $10.
Thank you so much, best friend!
Corleo with the $10. Dance non sequitur here. What are the learning pitfalls when beginning bachata salsa? Any mindset tips and tricks? And is it bad to go to social dance nights before you know your stuff? First off, I don't know what non sequitur is. I've used it before and I forgot. Let me see. Okay. It does not follow. Dance non sequitur here. What are the learning pitfalls when beginning bachata salsa? Okay, so as men, we're stiff and we think that moving a little bit loosey goosey is a little, gay or homosexual. So you got to get that out of your head, right? You got to loosen up. I know we're men and we're stiff but when dancing, that's the first thing you'll probably encounter that your instructor will tell you is like loosen up. Another thing is that don't be afraid of the women. They are used to being touched, right? And a little bit manhandled. They're used to dancing with bad dancers, so don't take it personal, right? Um, don't use it as a place to like go meet women. Use it as a place to socialize. See the difference? If one day you're socializing a girl, you hit it off with a girl, sure, right? But for the most part, use the dancing to socialize and have fun and get a little exercise and get some fresh air, right? Um, when dancing, obviously you master your basic steps, right? And move slower, but also take risks. So learn to move in class or YouTube or something, and you're afraid to try it out, just go for it. And when you're dancing out in a social dance night, let the person know, hey, can you help me practice? Right? There are salsa or bachata divas that are like they think they're too good for you and they're going to be rolling their eyes or looking patient while they dance with you, right? Dance with the women that are happy to be there, that are good people, that are humble, that are there for a good time. And also, the last thing I would say is don't be a stranger. Say hi to everyone, be friendly, open up, and you'll realize that's going to help you even more, right? Because you're nervous, you're not the best, but once you start opening up and having your moves and all that stuff, you're going to realize in time that being comfortable in an environment is really what's going to boost your learning ability and your confidence, right? So those are my tips for dancing. You're going to get stuck in certain places. There is a salsa hell or bachata hell where like you learn a couple moves, but then there's this like period where it's just like nothing will click and you'll feel awkward. And then one day you're gonna be dancing and you're just gonna do everything right, and finally your body and your mind are synced. So those are my tips for you, sir. Why buy the cow when I can get the breast milk for free? I wrote about how to ask politely for breast milk, and for all the attacks I get online, no one mentions that. And then I wrote about how Christians, being Christian is like the end of your bloodline. Um, and I get super flack for that. It's crazy. My life is good. Why would I want to be your cog? Yeah. It's the sisterhood's advantage to obfuscate and control knowledge of these things. Most women's sexual strategy depends on guys being sex starved and naive. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Right? That's it. Uh, hey, E. Jones. It really boils down to this, right? So when you have the ability to get laid regularly, right? You go to somewhere where women use their sexuality to get things out of men. I'll give you an example. Go to an anime con. Have 3 plates, 3 girls you're seeing. Bonus. Have 2 of them be Asian and 1 of them be an anime fan, right? Dress how you like. I had a girl that would dress like anime characters for me, right? We would go out and party, like, go to raves and stuff like that, right? Cool. Um, you go to these anime cons and there's women with their titties out and at the stands and blah 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 and like, and you go there and you see that they're trying to like get you to buy stuff that, with their, using sexuality and all that stuff. You're just like, can you at least show me, like, you guys sell what I want to buy? Like, I don't need all this. Like, stop it. Just tell me what this is. Tell me if you have this. Tell me if this sweater is cotton. Tell me if you have this. I don't need all that, right? And that's it, right? And those girls, it's almost like it switches off the whole cutesy thing. Same thing with bartenders. When bartenders figure out, okay, this guy has been on 3 dates the last 2 weeks, and he's taking them all home. And he's like, they're like happy, and they make out outside of the bar, like, holy shit, you know. Um, and he tips me well anyway, because so they start like acting more like a server and less like a tease, you know. Thank you for doing your job. I don't need the whole performative shit, right? And another thing, and this is really helpful for a lot of the guys, is that for you guys that have a bad porn habit, right? Once you have abundance, right? It could be any level. It could be a wife or girlfriend that's crazy about you, or it could be plates or whatever. You're going to start looking at like adult stuff as very, I wouldn't say cringe, but you'll start to look at it as overly performative, right? Like a little bit too much. You'll see that these porn actresses are like screaming and overly enthusiastic and all these things. And then you realize, like, hey, like, if a girl talked to me in real life like that, I'd probably like slow the fuck down, chill, stop screaming, right? And that's the awesome thing, right? That is why men who get laid regularly are just not very profitable, because the industry, a lot of industries, whether it be marriage, OnlyFans, or whatever, all profit off male sexual scarcity. That's right. If all men got laid regularly, all these things would collapse. And laid by women that are enthusiastic, right? Like, trust me, guys. Watch watch a watch a an adult film today, and then ask your girl to do the things that she does. And you're gonna be like, I don't like any of this. I like the missionary and I like this, but like I don't need any of this, right? And there have been times where you you gotta tell women to shut up in bed and be like, just shut up, like, you ain't gonna say all that. Just, you shove their head in a pillow so they can shut up, right? And that's the whole thing. That's why you become so different from the average man. It's hard to relate, because once you step out of that, like, zone of sexual scarcity, you realize, like, the world is no longer catering to you because they can't get shit out of you. You're a different person, you're a different entity to the world. They're trying to constantly put you back in, right? But you speak a different language now. You move differently. Your motivations are different. Now your motivation is, I want to work hard for the sake of working hard. I want to work hard for my future. I want to work hard because that's just, I like the satisfaction. I want to work hard to help people, right? Um, and it makes you more attractive to women, right? So take this book seriously, guys. I know that you guys know your shit, right? But if you guys are here to learn, or you want to hand it to someone that needs it, tell them to take it seriously, because this is going to unhinge you from that zone, that like dynamic of life where everyone's trying to get something out of you because they know you're struggling for sex. And that should be disrespectful, right? When women try to use their sexuality to sell me stuff, it pisses me off, because I'm like, right? Talk to me like a person, and I talk to you like a person. The other guys, yeah, shake your titties, flirt with them, just be a bro, just chill, right? Just be whatever. I'll tip you well, just do your job. Okay. Or hey, I don't need nudes. I have sex with you once a week. I don't need nudes. I'm not gonna ask for them. If you send them to me, I'm gonna be like, cool, whatever. Thanks. But I see you naked once a week, and I prefer not to see you naked through a screen. I prefer in person. So thank you. Um, yeah. And isn't that like the ultimate freedom, where you provide yourself with the thing that they're holding over you, right? That's the ultimate freedom. I think we should take that more seriously as guys, right? Um, Yeah, there's gonna be women that are hotter that you're gonna be like, shit, well, you know, I gotta do more. I'm willing to do more for this chick, which is she's hotter. But at the end of the day, too, it's like, hey, there's nothing I can do to give this chick to make her want to have sex with me, or like I'm already taken care of. By the time she ghosts me, or like, there's a girl in my bed, or there's a girl on her way, I don't even have time to think about ghosting, or feeling bad because another girl didn't show up or something. So yeah. So think about that, guys. Very important. Freedom, right? It's teaching slaves to read. Yeah, madame, put those things away. Does this thing work? That's all that matters. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, you're gonna start realize, like, from women, like, yes, you need your girls, you need your wife, girlfriend, plates, right, to fuck you, right? You need that. But you also, outside of that, when you have your system going, whether it be dating apps, whether it be a social circle, whether it be, you just want women just to fucking talk to you, like, like you don't have to do all that, right? Um, you don't have to like tease me. Like thanks. And you really start to look at women like your little sister. Like you start treating them like your little sister, right? I was cosplaying as Cloud the other day, biceps out, right? And I've been doing a lot more arms, so my biceps are a little bit less puny. And these group of black girls, feeling me up and trying to do the whole like, being overly sexual. And instead of me playing into it, I just like patted them on the shoulder, like, okay, okay, ladies, okay, all right, you guys want a picture? Like I just act like a celebrity, like, alrighty, that's enough now. Okay, cool, thanks. Like I had to like, and I didn't want to sound pretentious, right? But it's really how I truly felt on the deep down. I'm like, hey, you don't, just ask for the picture. I know this is a cosplay. Everyone wants to take people's pictures with each other. Just, you ain't got to do all this, right? The way I get girls is if I'm interested, um, I would just go up to talk to them or make an excuse or something. And I'm taken right now, so cool, and that's a cool place to be as a guy. That's a really cool place to be as a guy. Um, you feel so comfortable, and that's really magnetic for women, right? And you get worried yourself because you're like, I hope she doesn't hit on me, because it's awkward, right? Because she knows my friend, or she slept with somebody I know. I hope she doesn't hit on me, because, or like, man, I'm just, why does this girl want to like, why does she want to sleep with me? Like, why now, right? Unless she's like really hot, then you're like, fuck it, right? But yeah, the hardest people to sell are people, yeah, people that are got their shit down pat. Some get self-conscious and reverse cowgirl sucks. Most women can't do it, and the even women that do know how to do it, it's just like, you know. At least that's what Sterling Cooper said in one of his videos. He said the most overrated position is like reverse cowgirl or something. I don't know, but um, yeah. So breaking free is pretty cool, guys. It's like it's really what is the 1%, because you can have everything down pat, your physique, money, everything, right? But if you let a woman control you through scarcity, then all of that, none of that matters. You're still a slave at the end of the day, and you don't want to be a slave. So, um, yeah. Uh, I wanted to cover a video today. Maybe we could do a video reaction. It was the Dr. Maloney, or not Dr. Maloney, Dr. Deloney, sorry. But I don't know where it's at on Twitter. I didn't bookmark it. Did I bookmark it? Hmm. I don't know. So yeah, this is what again, this is a good example. Here we go. We got a good example of what I was talking about. Um, let me put it up on the screen. I'm not gonna put any sound to this because no sound needed. But so now you got some goon bait, right? You got a girl who is apparently just like Charizard. She has things that draw focus to her breasts and her ass, and she's basically half naked, whatever, right? I don't care. I think the anime community is for everyone, right? Everyone, sluts, all that, sluts, weirdos, nerds. That's what the point of it, right? And I've met some cool voice actors and cool people. Very awkward. Probably wouldn't hang out with them too much outside of anime, but pretty cool, humble people. And I am really glad that I get to, take the time out to meet all of these people, whether they're sluts or nerds or dorks or whatever, right? But at the same time, guys, like this is what I'm saying. Um, Women never go to places where there's sexually experienced men as a hobby, right? Or it's, like a lot of women aren't getting into mechanics, being mechanics. Um, anime is a great place to Anime is a great place for women to like get in there because of two reasons. It's sexually experienced men, right? Anime is considered, the stereotype is that guys are nerdy, weird, autistic, which yeah, it's pretty obvious. Um, so they use this against them to funnel people into their Instagram and OnlyFans, right? Um, and you put on a costume of their favorite anime character, or in this case, Pokemon, and it's like, holy crap, man, you know? Like, they can't help it. Oh, and then, they can't I guess it's an ego thing or whatever, they can't they're blue pill ways, but, like, they can't, like, come to the conclusion, "Hey, she's manipulating you by using your hobbies and your sexual scarcity to give her money." She's not sexually available. She's not even banging anime nerds. She's banging normal dudes, you know? So, yeah, no worries, man. No worries. Um, but you see what I'm saying? Like when it comes down to this stuff, right? This is what being sexually successful frees you from that world of being, taken, like used or and all that stuff. And coupling that with, anywhere where there's men that are sexually inexperienced and it's a hobby around consumption, right? So like anime is consumption, right? You buy costumes, you buy trinkets, you buy Crunchyroll subscriptions, you consume the show. It's a consumption hobby. You don't really build. Are there people out there that are making stuff? Yeah, store owners, they make stuff, and then there's people that like, I would say building a cosplay is still constructing, but in a way it's still consuming. It's like there. And then maybe like there's, select few that like make their own stuff, art and all that stuff, right? But for the most part, 99% of the people, it's a consumption hobby. So great, that's really awesome for women because they have a reason to spend money and they have a well of sexually inexperienced men taken advantage of, right? Same thing with Christianity, same thing. That's how I see it. And anyone from like female streamers that stream video games to women that cosplay to women that cosplay as Jesus girls or something, or political women, all of that crap, right? It's the same well, it's the same type of dude. It's sexually inexperienced men, and no one calls them out. I mean, guys do call them out, but they call them out in a way they try to get them to stop, but not try to inform men. Like, listen, you got to stop. But what do they say? You got to stop simping. That doesn't fucking help. Stop simping. It's the Sims' fault. Blah blah. I'm like, that doesn't help. That doesn't help, right? You cannot say stop simping or simps are the problem. That doesn't work. It doesn't make sense. It's not that, right? It's this. These guys don't have the framework or the tools to get sex, nor are they honest with themselves enough to get what they want, right? So let's say I'm at that anime convention and there's this hot chick right there, right? And I've been in situations, right? Like I had a friend um where we went to an anime con, hung out, and there is this famous Japanese porn star, I forgot her name, that was there to stand, right? And for what it's worth, she was covered up, right? But there was a secret disdain between both of us because it's like we both understood the game here, right? Like I looked at her like, "Wow, you're the simp queen here, huh? You sell mouse pads of your boobs and signed pictures of your tits, and it's so normalized in this world that that yeah, like no one calls it out, no one questions this stuff, right? And she looks at me and says, "You're muscular, you smell good, you have that glint in your eye, and you look kind of bored. You fuck, don't you? I hate guys like you. I can't make money off a guy like you." For what it's worth, I try to look as dorky as possible when I go to anime cons, right? I'm not like I like Steve Urkel during the day and then Stefan at night, right? Um, and I really am kind of a dork deep down. I just hide it well, but it's like even my friend notices like, "Hey, you guys kind of like were a little bit standoffish." And I'm like, "Yeah, I was polite." I was like, "Oh, like it's nice to meet you. My friend, he says a lot of nice things about you, blah blah, whatever." But yeah, there was like a little bit of like dis disdain. And for what it's worth, she wasn't disrespectful to me, very respectful, right? But yeah, stop simping, Jolly out. Well, it's the same thing as Save the West. Stefan Urkel, yeah. Uh yeah, let me catch my son buying e-girl mouse. Dude, like that, see what I'm saying? Like, but it's normalized. It's normalized, right? And and in the anime community and stuff, it's like being degenerate is normal, because it's very inclusionary. Cool, not my problem. Like, hey, I'm not the king of anime. I can't tell people what to enjoy. But there is this feeling I get where the reason I feel like I don't belong isn't my age because I'm old, right? Comparatively speaking. It's that I get women. That's why I feel I'm a little bit out of place, right? Like if if I go to Salsa hypothetically, right? And a girl gives me her number, no one's gonna be like, "Oh, what the fuck? What's going on here?" Right? They're gonna be like, "Oh yeah, it's touching bodies, dancing is a sexy hobby, whatever, I get it, whatever." But if I go to the anime con or an anime rave at night, right? And I have a girl like coming up to me and feeling my bicep and all that stuff, right? People are gonna worship you. They'll be like, "Oh, hail Nuke! Wow, you're such a play." I'm like, "Dude, this is normal, right?" But do you understand the reference here? It's like a different point of reference. So when you see these things, these like places where girls are going to pretend to like anime, or maybe they are into anime and all that stuff, right? It's like they can pick up on the fact that you're like, "Hmm, what is this guy doing here?" Right? Like, I can't fool this guy. Whatever. Right? And really, when that happens, they start treating you like a person. They start talking to you like, they even throw a bro, like, "Hey, what's up, bro?" I'm like, "Hey, what's up?" Like, you get the game, right? And that's where you want to be, right? That's where I want to get. Okay, we got a $20 super chat. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, best friend!
Crimson King 62 with a $20. Late to the party with this, but congrats on the book. You know the one you've been working on for 3 years? Yes, I do, sir. 3 years. Really though, thank you for your audience and throughout the years. Awesome, man. Hey, I'm sorry. Hey, I will apologize. I am sorry for taking so long. I know I've been talking about it, bullshitting about it, but I have learned my lesson. Don't talk about it, just do it. Realized I think what the delay was as well, um, is that it was 100 essays, right? So I had to restart the writing prompt 100 times. I couldn't like organize it into like a chapter on frame or a chapter on cold approach or a chapter on this. It had to be like I had to follow that was the format I picked. So I followed that. So every time I dove into the next topic, I had to sit down and think again and because the code would switch every 2 days, right? So it was really tough on my brain. But now I know that that's not a fun way to write. Like, if you're going to write book, pick a topic, whatever the chapter topic is, and just flesh it out for 4 days and let it go. But I still think it's great. So he actually beat George R. R. Martin. Yeah, what's George R. R. Martin at? Like, he hasn't released it yet, right? So yeah, is this book in manga format? No, no, it's not. No, I don't have the time to make a manga. That would take me forever. But yeah. So everyone's daughter subscribes to my Substack, yeah. But yeah, it's out. It's over. It's done. Let me see if there's any other topics we should talk about today. Um. Oh, the clavicular thing, right? So, I thought this is a pretty interesting. I thought this was a pretty interesting. What do you call it? Little meetup, right? I don't like to follow influencers, and I don't think there's anything to learn from them, honestly. Yay, they had 6 cameras on them and they talked to a girl and then he got slapped or whatever. Here's the intersectional dynamics. I'm like, great, that's not how often do you have 6 cameras trained on you doing it? That changes reality. I know this because I tried it. I went to an anime con with my friend. He held out an Osmo camera and I just started talking on the camera, right? And I love to talk. And immediately during this talk, I'm a nobody, no one knows who I am. This girl just comes up and interrupts me midstream, right? And I'm like, okay. And I'm like, wait, that doesn't happen in real life. You're not walking with your friend talking and women come up to you and interrupt your conversation, come running across the floor, right? That doesn't happen. Trust me, guys. If you want to take influencers in their lives seriously, go out with your friend, go out to an event, maybe an anime event, maybe wherever, and have them record you as if you were an influencer. Hell, get to your friend as a joke, right? And watch how people react. It's a different universe, right? It's like you're stepping into a portal somewhere else. I know I've tried it. I have a video here of me here somewhere. It was me and Sean. We went to an anime con and a girl just popped up and said, "Hey, are you following me? You should follow me," and interacting with us. No shame, no excuse me, just popped up out of nowhere. It's you know, it's just it's so weird. It's one of the weirdest things. And also you feel kind of weird too. You're just like, where am I? Like you don't even feel like yourself. So the incel.co guy, he went out to meet with Clavicular. This guy apparently is the leader of looksmacks.org. Um, and I've spoken to him on a Twitter space. He f and, he isn't a bad person, right? He isn't a super, like he isn't mean, he isn't mean-spirited. He's defeated, right? He's dejected, defeated, but I had a conversation with him not about women or red pill or intersexual dynamics. I had a conversation with him about, like, how to make chili, and he gave me a really good chili recipe through Twitter, on a Twitter space, right? And obviously I got into the part where like, "Hey, y dude, like, you're not gonna do anything, right?" And I told him like, "Hey, statistically speaking, dude, like, when you turn 40, most men lose their virginity by 40, like, very few men, like, it's by accident almost, it seems like. And you're probably gonna lose your virginity around that time, right? Statistically speaking. Don't you wanna speed that process up a little bit, at least by 3 years, 4 years, by, like, cleaning yourself up a little bit, you know? So, yeah. Someone they're both very likely super autistic. Yeah, equal level of social skills or social calibration, right? Which one is clavicular? That's funny. But, like, here's what I posted as as my quote didn't do so well, right? 237 likes, but here's what I posted as my reply, right? Essentially, I'm like, "Okay," I put it to it's ChatGPT, right? Yeah. I'm like, "Okay, fix his teeth," which he can fix his teeth, right? You can get dentures or, Invisalign, you can fix it. And then I said, "Okay, give him the body of a bodybuilder. He's black, so he's gonna build muscle, and he's gonna have more cat body parts, like bigger arms and shoulders, right?" And, it's probably the same shirt because he filled it out differently. Um, and I didn't even change the beard so much. I said, like, give him a better, like, more, like, a more lined beard and all that stuff. And then I said, remove the glasses because those glasses really like shape his face, take too much. They shape his face too much, right? And then I said, well, and you know what's the interesting thing? This is really meta. Um, I I said um, keep the hair the same, right? And do you know why? Because despite him giving up on everything, he still went to the barbershop, guys. He has a lineup. He has a lineup there. Look at that. He went to the barbershop. There is something within this kid, this guy, that told him, I have to look good for this meetup or I have to look good for whatever. Do you see it's in there somewhere? Even men that have given up don't actually give up. It's just maybe they give up for attention or they want, right? Yeah, this grown ass man. Sorry, he's not a kid. He's like in his 30s, right? But um uh yeah, he's not completely lost yet. Like maybe he will. Maybe he will just die a virgin and I don't wish that for him. I have a lot of compassion for this guy for some reason. I don't know why. But yeah, that's 1 year transformation, 1 to 2 years. Maybe the muscles take a while because he might have to like maybe take some steroids or something to get that big that fast. But that's a year. That's a year transformation, guys. Oh shit! Never trust a black man with dirty shoes or no line of that man has truly nothing to left to lose. Yeah, shit, man. Yeah. If he was like 5'1", sure, join a circus. My cousin is super on the spectrum, never dated until 30. All he did was just lose weight. Yeah. No, and the thing is, that's the thing. Like when I spoke to him on a Twitter space, he didn't seem autistic. He seemed soft spoken, relaxed. Um, I don't it's not he's not autistic, guys. He's just not I don't know if that's what he's trying to come across, but he seemed more socially calibrated on a space, right? Probably around women, he'll probably fall apart completely, but he seemed more socially calibrated than clavicular on his streams. But that's just an abstract observation. Don't take my word for it. Yeah. 30% body fat in a lineup. Yeah, it's just like, dude. But you see what I'm saying? Is this really that hard far off? What do you guys think? 1 year? 1 year and he'll like get to like that? If he locked in for 1 year, right? Um, dude is in his 30s, not balding, not visibly balding. Maybe he has a little bit of like, yeah, but who knows? Not physically balding. Um, doesn't have any deformities or anything like that. He's just chubby. He probably has some weird stuff on his arm, but he's probably like, I don't know. But you could tell too, just by the fact that he doesn't lift weights, already got this like muscular looking forearm form here. You could tell that if this guy lifted weights, man, he could have something like that within a year. So, and then, just be social. But, again, you can lead a horse to water. You can't make him drink. You get him all the information. I bet you there's guys that would make content out of his transformation and he could make money and they would make money like this guy. But I will say I do have a misplaced compassion for this guy. Um, 1 year to 18 months, yeah. I do have a misplaced compassion for this guy, and I don't know why. I can't explain it. I don't know. I don't think it's the Captain Save a Bro stuff, but oh, and he follows me. I didn't know. Huh. Yeah, if you're very deformed, even then, so 1 year of 6 months of strict dieting and lack of yeah, it doesn't have to be that strict. Like he doesn't have to be absolutely shredded in there, right? But the fact that, he's a black dude, he probably has like genetics that build muscle really quick, you know? But um, maybe it's my military mindset where it's like, hey, you lead from the back, and you see but you're forced to see the potential in everyone because you're living on a ship with them. There is no, oh no, I'm gonna like leave this up to chance or something, right? So yeah, but let me see what else there is here to talk about. Mm, 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 mm. If anyone has the video of Dr. Delomi, please share it with me. Let's see. Oh, here it is. I quote tweeted it. I got 225 likes. So here we go. Let's play it. But first off, let me wait. I gotta remove this because I removed sound. Hold on. Stop screen, and then I gotta re-add it. Such a thing. Share screen. All right. Let me see if we can get this here. Let's go.
I think the word I use is like I resent it. I really do not like sex.
Okay.
I think the word I use is like I resent it. I resent sex as a whole. Partially just I think it's due to a lot of things. For me, it feels very mandatory. I also just have this feeling like I genuinely don't need it. I don't want it. And it's causing issues because I know my husband needs it.
I was gonna say, are you married?
I am married.
Okay.
I've been married for about 15 months, and
New record: sexless marriage in 15 months. Usually it takes 5 to 7 years, but man, they speed ran that. All right, so married. This girl apparently, I think she's gonna mention she's a virgin, married a virgin, and that she also like she thought that it was gonna be more magical than it was, and then all that stuff, right? So I think that's what she says.
I did not have sex before marriage. I was a virgin when I got married. And we kind of didn't anticipate any issues in this regard because granted, even in the confines of trying to remain a virgin before marriage, you make out and you feel a passionate connection towards one another. And then I got married and it felt like it went away. And now it's to the point where I have absolutely no interest in having sex with my husband.
Okay, we get it. No interest in having sex with her husband
at all.
Yeah.
None. And I'm not 100% sure why. I could probably come up with a list of possible reasons, but I'm kind of at a point where I don't really know what to do about it because I know, while I may not need it, I know he needs it, and it's getting very challenging for me because I'm just kind of in this, please don't touch me. I don't want to be touched. I don't feel like this doing this today, and even on the times that I kind of.
Oh, by the way, look what's behind him. By the way, redefining anxiety, his YouTube trophy, and then best dad ever. I don't know if you guys see that from there, but it kind of shows you what type of show this is.
Muster up enough to have sex with my husband. I mean, I enjoy it once I get there, but getting there is like very hard for me.
Yeah.
And again, I'm at a point where I don't really know what to do about it, and I want to fix it because I want to have sex.
Of course.
There it is. I want to have sex,
but I don't.
Excellent. Well, number one, thank you for saying that out loud. I imagine you're not telling a whole bunch of people that. Is that fair?
No, I think I've mentioned it to 2 girlfriends.
Okay.
One
she's mentioned it to 2 girlfriends. Pay attention to this.
Agreed with me, and one was like, "What are you talking about?"
Okay, I'm gonna run through. So, number one, I want you to know you are absolutely not crazy. You're not alone. Okay, and not alone to the tune of millions.
And here's the comfort part. Like, oh, it's okay, Queen. You'll be okay.
So you're not nuts. Cool.
Good. Okay. Thank you. Yes.
I'm gonna run through a series of questions that I always ask folks in this situation. Okay.
Whoa, hold on. This got you 1 strike. Oh, okay. We're out of here. We're not talking about that. Essentially, guys, really? But this is Dave Ramsey? I thought this was Dr. Deloney. I think that's his name, right? Oh, okay. Well, thanks for telling me, Jack. Holy shit. Exactly. You're not crazy, all that stuff, right? But anyways, basically the show, a sexless marriage, right? And when there's a sexless marriage, it turned out that they started talking shit about the husband, like, oh, he's particular, he's an asshole, he's a jerk. And then, the guy went on to say, hey, like the reason you're not into him is because he's kind of a jerk and blah, blah. So it just sounded like a call for divorce at the end of the show. I'm like, great. You see mainstream advice is either women's happy or divorce. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I get it. Like, you can't give advice to women all the time because they're not going to listen. But your advice is, oh, you convinced her that her husband's a jerk. Great. Now she's going to be back on the streets and she's going to be passed around forever because she couldn't think for a second and maybe talk to the guy. But I digress. Essentially, um, essentially, what we're trying to say here with this video is, hey, women don't women you can't well, how do I say this, right? And Christian guys, moralists and all that stuff, they suffer from this. You can't negotiate genuine desire, right? Like what does she say? I want to have sex, right? You can't. Sex isn't, hey, I'll do nice things for you and you got to have sex with me, transactional. Are there women that can do transactional sex? Yes, we usually call them prostitutes. But yeah, you don't want to do transactional relationship, right? Because there's no love, there's no desire, it's not fun, right? Everything is nickeled and dimed and being counted. And in this situation, she is a virgin. She lost her virginity to this guy and doesn't like him. And that's another thing. That's another big takeaway from this, guys, is that virginity means fucking nothing. So, for whatever it is, yeah, her husband is a validation-seeking slob, most probably. And this is what I say, like, girls, do you understand that, like, everyone tells girls, "Hey, get married young or get married to the nice Christian boy," especially the girls in the right-wing circles. And why don't they? Why do they wait to the absolute end, just like every other girl, right? Why are they, like, 29 and having rants about men ain't shit or whatever? Do you know why? It's because they know deep down that they have this choice where they can marry a guy like this or marry or get passed around by hot guys and hope one of them says, good enough, right? Those are their choices. That's all they have, right? So no one's gonna tell women the honest truth. We lie to women because we want them to like us, but no one's gonna tell her the truth. We're gonna be here stuck forever lying to women because no one can tell her, hey, you're not attracted to your husband. You're not into him. You're not sexually attracted. Or at least ask the right questions. What is his body fat percentage? Or does he go to the gym? Right? Does he go to the gym? Does he take care of himself? Is he a slob? Are you a slob? Right? There's another thing. It's women have to take a little bit of, like, incentive too. Hey, if you're obese and he's obese, how do you think that sex life's gonna go? Right? If you're smelly and he's smelly, you know. So yeah, I'm not gonna even say more on that because I don't want to get my channel nuked. But yeah, I'm trying to see if there's anything else here. God, there's so much, like, oh, man, what can you react to these days? What can you react to these days? On the flip side, we have the opposite of that, right? Where, let me present this. You have this guy, where of course women need their indignation, so they go on the internet and every day they learn a new story, a new celebrity, woman that is supposedly perfect and got, taken for granted by a man, and the man is usually famous, high status, and all that stuff. Essentially, he married the most desired woman in the world. Then he wrote he was ashamed of her. Marilyn Monroe and Arthur Miller, right? So here's the thing. For every girl, no matter how hot, how perfect, um, how awesome, how worshipped a woman is, there's always a guy out there that every time she speaks, he rolls his eyes and can't stand her. He's like, oh God, this bitch. That's why she's with him. And people don't understand that, right? The reason Marilyn Monroe couldn't get enough of this guy or married this guy or had sex with him or whatever is because he had this attitude. Now, when I say ashamed, I don't mean like shaming her to her face, right? but he probably had this kind of slight disdain for her. Like she would tell a joke and he'd be like, whatever, that sucked as a joke, right? So, you know, it is what it is. Women don't like it when you like them a lot, right? And I know that sounds reductionist and like really rage baity, but when I say like, I don't mean like you hate them. See, the thing is when society sees that you're like with a woman and you're not absolutely worshiping her and you kind of see her as like a minor annoyance, um, the world doesn't like that. Society doesn't like that. They see you as a tyrant, as a bad person, as you're taking her for granted, like you don't deserve her. But somehow she stays and she's in love and she likes you more than ever, right? And it's because, again, women do not need your devotion. Your devotion is worthless to them. It's already taken care of, right? I talked to my girl, and then like four guys have offered her things and opportunities and given her free, like, gets a free coffee from a guy at Starbucks. Like, women are getting constantly doted on by people that get nothing out of the interaction. So why do I have to do that? It's already, the world has done it for me, right? And the world has already told her she's worthy of worship. I'm showing her that she's worthy of me. And in order to do that, she has to shape up. She has to live to my standards. Because if she doesn't, and that's probably what he wrote. He probably wrote like, "Hey, she didn't meet my standards of maybe attitude, behavior, hell, even sex." You'll be surprised how guys with options they dump girls because they're trash in bed. I'm sure, Jack. I'm sure a lot of you guys have like tried to make it work with a girl, but you're just like, "I'm sorry, my libido is too important to waste it on you." I know that sounds really harsh and mean, but you get one life, guys. And while the conservatives, tradcons, moralists are all struggling and obsessed with body count, you're gonna get to a point where you're like, I fucking hope she knows how to fuck. Like, I'm not going through all this, right, for this um for like a toothy blowjob and stiff body and tapping out after 2 minutes. Like, no, I'm 37. I got my experience in. I have made lots of women orgasm in my life. Um, I need someone that can fuck, right? And don't be surprised that a lot of men, after being told their whole lives they ain't shit, and they see that men are making fun of them and women are making fun of them for lack of sexual prowess, they solve the problem, they get really good. And you know what you come to? The conclusion is no one knows how to fuck. And I know that sounds a little bit pretentious and overconfident of me to say, but really, it blew me away, pun not intended. It blew me away that I had to coach women to orgasm, almost all of them. Like, I had to tell them about the waterworks, it's normal. I had to tell them, "Hey, move your leg like this." I had to tell them, you know, I had to teach them about their sexual health. Like, it's like, "Hey, what the fuck were you're 27, what were you doing?" Right? If you're 27 and single and not a super feminine girly girl looking for a husband, then why are you not a hoe or fuck like one? Like, what were you doing this whole time? You mean I get both best of neither world, right? Because if you're more virginic and young, at least I get the fact that I'm taking your virginity. That's exhilarating within itself. And probably I get you before another guy. Cool. My base male biology likes that, right? But if you're older and you still have sex like a virgin, but you don't act like feminine or a virgin or any of those things, what exactly am I getting out of this? You're bunk. And trust me, it's and you know what's even sadder? It's a lot of very pretty women that are trash in bed too. And you work with them, right? Like maybe, she'll learn and I'll teach her, but there's just some women that they never get it. It doesn't get here. I'm like, hey, you're gonna have to like right. You're gonna have to get with a guy that's just sexually inexperienced. And I'm no Sterling Cooper, right? I'm sure, I'm like, whatever. But it gets to the point where like I myself was fucked up by religion. I had a serious Madonna whore complex that I had to get over. But once I got over it, man, it like helped my game so much. And it made women like me so much more than I ever expected. whores were reverting to trying to be housewives, and like good girls were reverting to being whores. Do you know why? Because you have showed them they can move freely in between those two states. I hooked up with a Dominican stripper once, and I'm like, this has got to be one of the biggest hoes, right? She was very nice, very polite, very girly and feminine, right? For what it's worth. But the next day after we hooked up, we woke up and she started doing my dishes. And I'm like, she's a bona fide hoe, like a bona fide for the streets. And she woke up, started doing dishes. And then I've hooked up with girls that like wear look like they're dressed for church every day and are very sweet and very girly and don't even curse or anything like that. Don't do drugs, nothing. Like they drink a little bit, but they're very, like they look like a library nerd girl. And if you saw me with them, you'd be like, no, you could do better. She looks like a dork. Those girls were just like, hey, can you make a Tinder so we can have a threesome or something, right? And this is what I'm saying. Don't have a part of you deep down that hopes she's a hoe, that hopes she's not faking it or pretending to be one, or if she's a good girl that, hey, she's secretly repressed. Like have and the guys need to understand, you're the one that's supposed to be the degenerate in the relationship. You're the one that's supposed to corrupt your woman, right? She is not corrupting you. And this is what I hate, especially with Zoomer guys. They have this fantasy where they like, I see them on internet and they call like women mommy, like a matriarchal position of power, because they're so sexually inexperienced sometimes that their sexual fantasy is that a woman comes in and shows them how to fuck. And I'm like, listen, dude, yes, I understand Stacy's mom, coming of age movies like Super Bad and American Pie. There's gonna be kind of like they're gonna play into that fantasy for you as a guy, and I get it. Like wow, Stacy's mom. It's a very catchy song, but at some point you're going to have to like understand that you gotta be the degenerate, right? You gotta be the guy that women are like, what's going on with my body? I've never felt this before, or you gotta like, for example, if you do something crazy in bed, right? When I say crazy, I mean like maybe you choke her a little hard, or you slap her, or you put her toes in your mouth, or whatever kinky shit you do, right? A lot of times, girls will sit with you later and says, "Hey, I don't know how I feel about that, blah blah blah." But what she's trying to communicate with you is just like, you are turning me. I feel so comfortable with you. You're leading me into degeneracy and at my pace, and that is the best thing you can give to women, right? It's not your morality, it's not your money, it's letting her know that, hey, with me you are safe. You can be as slutty as you want. Because what's number two favorite thing that women love to be is a slut. Number one is being a slut and no one finding out. So, all righty. We got a $4.99 super chat.
Thank you so much, best friend!
Sidehound Siege with a $4.99. Congrats on the new book, Nuke. Perfect timing since I renewed my paid subscription to your Substack. Well, I appreciate that, man. Are your 100 Substack essays in the book? Yes, they are. So yeah, it's all 100 essays, pretty much. A little extra. There's some intermissions in there and stuff, but it's basically that. So, another thing is happy birthday, Sidehound Siege. So everyone wish Sidehound Siege a happy birthday. Everyone wishes Jack a happy birthday. Yeah. Thank you. You gotta be Stacy's dad, exactly. Lear Silver, man, I've been reading the sidebar. That's one thing they talk about is how men want women who can be their mothers. How did we go from wanting to give them agency to making it a fetish? Well, and I think Sterling Cooper, he's an ex porn star. He agreed with me on this, and he says, or I said that the reason certain one of the like fantasies of pornography, right, isn't exactly the girls being hot, right? Like that is given. Men like hot girls. That's a given, right? Um, it's the fact that porn kind of plays into your fantasy of being sexually desired just for existing, right? And that's what Sterling said. Yeah, like that's basically it. Because, for example, a lot of it is like, hey, I'm the stepchild, and my stepmom is this super hot, big titted, blonde MILF bimbo that's just so insatiably hungry for my dick that she's almost like losing her mind. What did you do? You're a nobody kid that's like just turned 18 or 19. How do you elicit that desire from a full-grown 40-year-old woman who's sexually experienced, right? That's the male fantasy, right? Being loved and sexually desired just for existing, which guys have a burden of performance. We have to go out and date and all that stuff. That's why, like, my method of getting girls to feel like that about you is looked down upon because it incorporates your burden of performance. Hey, you got to pay for the date. Hey, you got to like have a social life. Hey, you got to wear certain clothes. Hey, you got to do that. Like it's work. And guys feel that's not my fantasy though. I want a girl to just like me for me. That's what the looks maxers the looks maxers, the black pillars, that's what Marcus from Incel Co. That they all have this fantasy where hey, I can just walk into a real estate showing and that girl will have a an insane amount of desire to where she cannot keep her clothes on around me just because I exist, right? And that is the psychology that pornography uses. It is you exist. There's no pornography of a guy going out and getting rejected by 10 girls and then that one girl um says yes, right? It's usually, oh look at that guy over there. I'm gonna have sex with him. Oh my god, you're so hot. I need to get my clothes, like I can't handle it. And that's it plays into men because men don't want to do anything, right? We want women to like the blue pill fantasy is that we want to be desired just for existing. And the Christian dudes are like this. They're like, "Oh, I'm a good man. I have morals. I'm a man of God. Why can't women just be on my program?" Dude, you have a burden of performance whether you're married or not. And trust me, you can get girls to have like a deep genuine desire where they can't help themselves, they just want to fuck you all the time. Yeah, you can have that, absolutely, but there's work. You'll get a freebie here once in a while. I used to get freebies where a girl was just like, yep, you are everything I wanted, and that's good. Once in a while we all deserve a freebie where a girl just like shows up and just says, yep, let's have sex right away, I have no questions, you look like an ex or you look like a famous actor that I have a crush on, and you smell good enough, let's go out. And yeah, 20 minutes into the day, like, do you live around here? And boom. All right, you'll get that once in a while, but that's not the norm, right? You have to go out and date, you have to go out and cold approach, you're going to get rejected, girls are going to swing around again. And not only that, the first time isn't going to be that great sometimes. You can plow her and she'll still be shy. She still be reserved. She might be a little bit, drinking, and her body isn't, you know, women's vaginas get a little bit drier when they drink and all that stuff or dehydrated. It might not be like pornography, right? But if you keep on your burden of performance, that third time you have sex, right? It might be just like your fantasies. And by the time you get there, you're just like, hey, this is real. This isn't performative. This is I'm in the moment, right? So yeah. Let's see. Oh, we got a 199.
Thank you so much, best friend!
Devil Doc 84 for the 199. Can you talk about the Madonna horror complex? Yeah, I can. I suffer from it immensely. Um essentially, I don't know the psychology behind it. I just know that it exists. And it usually exists with men that were raised in very religious backgrounds, especially. And, women kind of suffer uh a little bit too, but I think they get over it faster. But men, we suffer from this because we have a complex where we worship purity, right? We don't like the fact that a perfect woman that is the love of our life is also a girl that's willing to eat our ass, you know? Like we don't like we cannot reconcile that in our brain. We see women as objects to be worshipped and not to be tainted by our penises. It's a mixture of masculine self-shame for your sex drive and also blue pill worship of women. And you put those things together and you get the Madonna whore complex, right? So the way I got through it, like guys, when I was younger, I could not understand why do women want to give us blowjobs? I don't get it. You know, I was playing basketball as a kid, and one of my basketball friends were just like, "Dude, what's wrong with you?" And I couldn't get it in my head. Like, yeah, I like boobs and I like butts, but I just can't imagine why would a girl wanna do that? Like, I couldn't picture a girl wanting to do that. And then after a while, I had sex and I was like, still, like, I can't I it's like I have sex with whores and I want to date, pure women, good girls. And then over time, I think the final straw where I was like, it beat it out completely out of my system, right, was that I dated a girl that was very comfortable with her sexuality, but wasn't performative with it. And that's usually a really good way to heal it. Not that you should like not that it's up to women to heal it for you, but you will find yourself in a situation where you won't she's not a hoe and she's not like a pure girl, but she doesn't present herself that way with you, right? Um, she is sexual, but, like, not performative, not in a way that embarrasses you. She just, is a normal chick when it comes to sexuality, right? She'll fuck you really well, and but she'll also be very feminine and very inviting and won't shame you because a lot of it is shame, right? Um, so that's really deep ingrained in our psyche as we grow up because, we're told that women are perfect and that there's a separation. That women are n there's no way like, pure women and whores are 2 different completely type of women. I'm like, "Dude, they're the same girl." Just think of it like that. And that's why we say, "Assume all women are promiscuous." It's a very helpful mental model, and guys don't like it because it sounds nihilistic, it sounds, like, degenerate. I'm like, "No, it actually frees the interaction for it to be what it actually is, 2 people with working genitals that may wanna have sex eventually." And it just makes the sex so much better. Right? Um, you're not gonna be able to bond with certain women too if you don't get over this Madonna whore complex. Like, you will sleep with a girl that you will think is pure, and then when you sleep with her, you'll just get let down, right? Because you're like, "Wow, she's just a normal girl." I'm like, "Yeah, you worshipped her." And then if you sleep with a hoe or a girl that you think is a hoe, you're gonna like and she's gonna be a good girl to you. She's gonna be like, "Oh, wow, she's making me cookies, and she's asking me about my day. She's very considerate, she's pleasant." Right? And you're not gonna be able to, like, spend time with the type of girls that like that because you're, "Oh, she's a whore." I'm like, it's such a sad way to live, right? And I can see why the conservatives are so frustrated all the time, and the women too, because the women wanna be slutted out. Exactly, same woman, different days of the week, right? Just assume that all women are promiscuous, and it helps you immensely. It gets you out of your head, and you see women as sexual beings, and another thing, obviously, having sexual experience helps, but, like, look at it like this. Um, again, the greatest gift you can give women is corrupting them, letting them know, "Hey, it's safe. It's okay. You're with me now. You can be a hoe," right? And not only that, there is a level of connection for women that you treat like that with that level of freedom that it's like a deep appreciation, right? Um, a lot of guys think that getting nudes and sex talk and all that stuff outside of the bedroom, right, is like they have gotten into this girl's head that and she's obsessed with him and all that stuff. I'm like, dude, she can send that nude to anyone. When you let a girl know that you don't care about her being a slut or not being a slut, blah, blah, right? And she could dress how, like, obviously, there's always a limit. Most girls aren't crazy like that. They're gonna go half naked out, right? But when you let her know, like, hey, I'm not that type of guy. You don't gotta lie to me. You don't gotta like act like, just be yourself. Relax, right? She's gonna first be like, well, hold on. Is this some kind of ploy to get me to open up and then hurt me? No, she has to be convinced that she can be herself. But once you get to that point, right? Women like that, man, they are your best plates. They become the best version of themselves, and not only sexually, but like in all parts of life. Um, I had a girl that she had massive jugs, right? But she was an awkward girl. She's one of those girls that she had massive jugs and she didn't even know how to show them off. She was a good girl, but like recently divorced, and we went on a couple dates, and we hooked up and all that stuff, right? Not the prettiest girl, but very sweet, very feminine, and I really enjoyed my time with her. And the way I talked to her and the way I made her feel was like, "Hey, I know you've been married for a long time, you're divorced, and you seem to be very apprehensive about dating, and somehow I said the right things. I wanna let you know that all that you're feeling right now after your divorce is normal, right? I don't care what you do outside of me, like, you don't gotta get attached to me. It's okay, right?" And it's almost like I was her, like, almost like a therapist, right? Because I was trying to she felt so, scared of dating, right? And I said, "Hey, you don't want like, you don't want me for something serious, but I'm here to tell you, like, yeah, it's okay the way you feel, it's okay," right? And this girl would call me for dating advice. We stopped hooking up after a while because I kinda, like I'm like, "You know what? This girl is, like, really wants a relationship," and I feel like since she's a little sexually inexperienced, if I keep, with this, she's gonna get a little attached. So let me just, let her know, like, hey, you're free to go date, right? Like, you don't, you're not attached to me. Anyways, she would call me for dating advice. She would say, "Oh, this is scary for me, whatever, blah, blah, blah." I'm like, "Oh, yeah, whatever." And then one day I had you guys will hear about it, I think, in my book. I had a 3-day mental breakdown while in Chicago in 2023, um, in May of 2023. I was overly stressed. I don't know what was going on in my brain, but 3-day panic attack. I could work, I could eat, but like I was like shaking for I don't know what it was. Something screwed loose in my head. I'm fine now, it never happened again, but um essentially I called her, right? This was like 5 months after we stopped hooking up or whatever. I called her and I just said, "Hey, I'm having a panic attack. Can you stay on the phone with me for a while?" And she did for 1 hour. All women are whores, right? No, she was a good person. I just called her out of the blue and said, "Hey, stay on the phone with me. Just talk to me. I need a." I went on Google. It said, "Just talk to people over the phone, and it should help." So I was like, "Just talk to me for an hour." And like, "Hey, I feel like I'm gonna die. I don't know what's going on with me." She's like, "Oh no, it's fine. Don't worry. Like, just stay on the phone." And I'm like, "Hey, just tell me a story. How was your last day? Whatever." And I got the best out of her. And you know how I got the best out of her is because I got rid of my Madonna 304 complex when I was younger. I saw her as a woman. Um, and not as a woman with big tits, just a woman that just so happened to have big tits, but a heart of gold. And I fucked her like any other woman would, and she was a sweetheart. And I let her know, hey, um, if the dating thing isn't going well, if you can hang out with me. Hey, we don't even have to have sex, right? We could just hang out, whatever. Um, but it, you have sexual needs. Don't feel embarrassed of those, right? Now she's married and engaged, so good for her. But yeah, it's just this is what look at it like this, right? On the other side of you pure pedestalizing or demonizing women and just looking at them as women as human, right? There is a lot of good treatment, right? There is a lot of good treatment. But and don't be shocked when women come to you in between boyfriends for the rest of their 20s, like some did for me, because they simply had that comfort of feeling like, wow, a guy don't have to pretend to be a good girl around. So, yeah. It's one thing I find in this space that I never had to work though. Yeah. Yeah, everyone go sign up to Chatham Area's corporate playbook. Substacks, really good stuff in there. Um anyways, great question by the way. I love these questions. Thank you. You guys keep the show moving along. But yeah. Let's take. I want to get a drink and continue celebrating the release of my book. So let's take a break, and I will be right back. I think I'm out of beer. I might have to do wine. I don't want to keep you guys waiting, so I'm not gonna make myself a drink. But let's see what I have. Anyways, I'll be back. Let me put this intermission. I'll be back. All right, and a toast to you guys. I'm having some wine. I ran out of a beer. I'm trying to slow down the alcohol. I don't want to lose my abs at 37. Worked hard for them. But yeah. So yeah, great question. Thank you. Uh, and it's very important that people get that in their head, right? I know the internet makes you feel like women are one or the other. It's not, dude. What you see on the internet is like curated women pretending to be hoes, or hoes that are like, being terrible because they have to appeal to their female fans and all that stuff. But deep down, girls in real life, they're not like that, man. Most of them are not. So cheers. Yeah. Cheers. Everyone have a drink on my behalf. Man, now I'm scared to like react to anything. Who knows what I get in trouble for. Um, let me see anything relevant. But oh, thank you. You get one of these, sir.
Thank you so much, best friend!
Devil Doc 84 with the 199. Congrats on the book shipment. Wait, are you Navy? I knew you're military. I didn't know you're Navy. That's what we call each other in the Navy, is shipmate. It's like, hey, shipmate. And the thing is, it's very condescending. Um, Usually the higher ups will say shipmate because it's still formal, right? They don't mean it in a sarcastic way, but when you say it to your friends, or your boss says it, your direct supervisor says it to you, it's kind of like a condescending, like, it's like, hey, asshole, or it's very like like it's very sarcastic tone. They say like shipmate, right? So, but not you, Devil Doc. You said it in good faith, so. Um, but anyways, hold on. Why so many windows? Let me close some of these windows. Okay. But yeah, guys, setbacks. I really wanted to talk about setbacks that I've had. And I will say, man, this streaming stuff, this industry, I've had a lot more setbacks than I thought, and I didn't expect certain things to happen. I will say that a lot of people are crazy. A lot of people are not okay. They should not be giving life advice out here. I fear that because my life isn't in perfect order, that I shouldn't be giving life advice. But some of these people are like heavily medicated. Some of these people have never had a real job or haven't had a job for long. Some of these people probably don't seduce women like that. Some of these people have criminal stuff, right? I remember a couple years ago, I was interviewing Angela Knight on my channel, and then it came out that she had assaulted somebody, right? Assaulted somebody when she was younger. Now I get it, like people grow up and all that stuff, right? But these are people giving life advice, like planting their flag in the ground and saying, I am come to me to know how to live life. I'm like, great, but shouldn't you mention that, wouldn't it help your brand if you were honest up front and said, yeah, I beat up a guy once, or I stole, I committed a crime. Here's my report. this is what I learned from that, and this is when I learned my life had to change. That probably would have helped, but no, we found out on our own. um, yeah, been struggling to find work. It's rough out here. Yeah, man. I will say this: as you get older, it gets exponentially easy. I just got a call from a recruiter today that want to recruit me. Yeah, I got a very high sought after skills, but so do you one day. And it's interesting. I'm gonna assume you're younger, right? Um, every time I say that, like, men prefer older guys or older guys are crushing it, blah blah blah. The Zoomers get mad at me. The younger guys, they get mad at me. They're like, "Oh, you're an asshole. You're not on our team." Whatever. I'm like, first off, I'm on no one's team. And number two, I'm literally telling you it gets better because you two will be older one day. You will be 30. You will be 33, 34, 35. You will be that guy. Oh, I am 41, sir. Well, okay. Point still stands though. Um, every day you get older as a dude, you get more valuable, right? You get more sought after, and unless you're sitting on your hands doing nothing. So it's like when I say, "Hey, it gets better," or sorry, when I say older men are taking all the women, they take that as, "Oh, you're taking all our women." I'm like, "No, dude, you too will get here." And not only that, you had the red pill knowledge now. There's guys that get red pilled at like 60, right? Imagine having to wait your whole life just for the last 10 good years that you have to be not in the dark about women, you know? So, yeah. Michael Crabtree, I'm considering getting into the space, doing small engine repair or something, but I'm terrified of putting my face out there. Yeah, I'm still kind of terrified. Like, I took a considerable risk doing this, but in reality, no one really cares. No one really cares. I I've pissed off a couple people I shouldn't have pissed off, and nothing really happened, right? I would say the biggest way to ruin your brand, I've seen the closest I've come to ruining my brand was dealing with girls online that liked me. Girls that don't give a shit about you, like, that hate you, they're not gonna do the work to go out and, dox you or whatever, right? They just don't like you, they'll block you, or they just talk shit about you on stream, use you for an example, right? Like, that's like people like all of the girls that hate my girlfriend and then use me as a proxy to dunk on her, right? They're not gonna do much. They're gonna be like, "Oh, he sucks. He's this, he's that, blah, blah, blah." It's the girls that like you, the girls that send you nudes, the girls that, you know, want you to come visit them. Those are the girls that are, like, the most likely to ruin your brand. And I got involved with 2 of them. Luckily, the 3rd worked out, but I got involved with 2 of them, and the interesting thing about these women, right, is that, um, I genuinely still think they actually liked me. Not, like, as much as, their messages shown, but they had a sort of affinity for me. And also, you realize too that if women are here in the intersexual dynamic space, like manosphere, they're looking for a husband. It's almost like a mating call, right? The men in their life are sloppy, they're slobs, chubby, bellies, they don't know where to find attractive men, but they go online and have all these, like, misogynists, right? But hey, these misogynists are muscular. These misogynists are also telling men to be better. These misogynists are well groomed. These misogynists have a following. Men follow them, right? These misogynists have 1 or 2 girls commenting on their stuff in a positive way. I hate the way he makes me feel, but he makes me feel something. And that's why women come here. They're looking for husbands, man. Ask me how I know. I got red pilled at 49 and I'm grateful. Yeah, man. I don't think it matters what age you get red pilled, honestly. I think better was it better late than never? What was it saying? Better late than never. There you go. But never late is better. So, yeah. Been losing hair since I was 17 too. I'm in the gym 5 days a week for my health. Yeah, man, you gotta do it. I like how you said it for your health. Yeah, gym is it primarily for your health. Yeah, guys get in it because of sex. Yeah, we're gonna get laid, but eventually you gotta think, hey, this is for my health. That's when you start making your workouts like more about longevity, um, tendon health, joint health, eating right, not only eating like just slop bowl, like eating like, hey, what do I actually need? I need to go to the doctor, get blood work, right? And that's when you start really lifting for yourself. And then you start thinking about sex health, like what will keep my dick harder longer? Like, how do I this? How do I that? So, yeah, we got a $20 from Lee Silver. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, best friend!
$20. Liar Silver. This space convinced me to move out from my parents and start at least trying to work on fixing things in my life. Lots of setbacks, lots of procrastination, but I'm doing okay. Appreciate you guys. Congrats on the book. Thank you, Lee. Yeah. And I just mentioned that women also like women come here to look for husbands and all that stuff. In the same vein, men come here because they're probably surrounded by losers in their real life and they see me and I'm not like, I I do okay for myself. I would say I'm above average in terms of most things in my life, right? But you guys come here because you're surrounded by losers in your own life, uninspiring people, people that just clock in, clock out, go to watch sports ball, play video games 6 hours a day. And trust me, I love video games and playing Crimson Desert and Battlefield 6 a lot. But you guys don't you get this feeling of exhilaration that to see a guy talk command and talk logic and smart things and not just, the day to day. Like we get philosophical here, we get deep, we talk about everything from, self improvement, the universe to the female orgasm and all that stuff, right? To the best types of cigar to smoke. And I'm telling you right now, guys, like as you get older, every guy goes through this. You start to realize I can't hang out with people that have nothing going on, like that they don't have a bright future. Those people bring you down. Those people are like always trying to get you to be around other regular people. And you'll realize this is small bursts. The first time I realized, hey, I can't be doing like regular ass shit anymore. And when I say regular ass shit, I mean like, here's an example. I would go to the club. I stopped going to the club around 32, 33. But I would go to the club and then wait in line for 30 minutes. And I'm like, one day it dawned on me, I'm like, what am I doing? Why am I in line for a club where no one knows me? I'm not respected to wait at the bar for drinks, to dance in a crowded area, get bumped into. No girl's gonna want to talk to me. I'm gonna go home with $100 less, 50, $100 less, tired, and not be able to get up the next day. I sound like a Debbie Downer, right? But the truth is, I was like, hey, I gotta do it better. Like I can't do this. So fast forward a couple years, I'm going out with my friends. I still go out and I have a whiskey and a cigar. I go to a cigar lounge where I'm respected, where I shake hands with everyone, including the owner. It's dark. I have really good cigars. My friends update me on their businesses. Hey, like our stuff got picked up in San Francisco. I'm moving to New York for my, uh, another friend's like, yeah, I just pulled in 30K this month on my cold email business. Or, my brother will be like, hey, I got the certification, and he'll teach me about, hey, when I talk about AI and all that stuff, right? Like, not everything has to be about self improvement, right, guys? I'm not saying that either, but also you're going to realize that you don't want to be around losers anymore or people that are satisfied with nothing. You want to be with guys that got something going on, and it doesn't have to be money. It doesn't have to be status. It could be just what are you doing besides sitting on your hands? Like, what are you doing? I have friends that, hey, I'm going to Japan, or hey, I'm going to go teach in Japan. I'm like, doesn't pay well, but holy shit, is that an interesting experience, right? Or I have friends that we can break down, we can watch an anime and we could break it down to nuts and bolts and turn. I'm like, wow, something besides, hey, uh, you know, living the dream. I'm at work and I'm living the dream, that kind of mentality. It gets boring. So, right now, a lot of guys are here because of that. They're bored. They're like, hey, everyone in my life is just a deadbeat. They don't go to the gym, nothing. They just, and then I see you guys, and you make me feel like It's possible, right? You're not talking in an emotional sense therapy speak like Dr. Deloney. You're giving me like concrete shit, like, hey, here's my gym routine, or hey, here's what to do in this situation with the girl. Like so concrete that you're just like, holy shit, like there is no fluff here. It's like it is what it is. It's A plus B equals C. That's it. There is no what about your feelings or it's the mentality. I don't give a fuck about mentality, right? Let me be the first to tell you guys this. I don't give a fuck what's going through your mind when you're talking to a girl, right? Who gives a shit? Those feelings aren't real. It's your brain tricking you into thinking, "Oh no, I got to be afraid," or "Oh no, I'm in trouble." You're not. Stop focusing on your emotions. Focus on what's in front of you. Your emotions will play, your brain and your heart will play tricks on you every time. You'll see a girl, she's too hot for me. Trick one. You'll approach her, she thinks I'm annoying. Trick two. You'll have a decent conversation. She's just being nice and wants me to leave. Trick three. Trick four. She gave me her number, but she'll never pick up. She gave me a fake number. Trick five, and so on and so forth. If you listen to your emotions, you'll never get anywhere with women, right? You just keep going until she tells you to stop. So, excuse me. Yeah. Anyways, thanks for the $20, man. All right. We got a 199 from Mustang. Here you go, sir.
Thank you so much, best friend!
How do you deal with online girls after it ended? Well, leverage, really. And this sounds kind of like Epsteinish, but leverage, right? These girls have sent me nudes. These girls have sent me texts of, them gushing over me in the text, right? And for what it's worth, it's leverage, right? So they just kind of we never cross paths. They block me. They always apologize for blocking me, blah, blah, right? And that's it, right? It's leverage. If girls really liked you on the internet, and if you follow the Jumbotron rule, they will reveal their position first, right? Like I remember, it's public knowledge, right? But me and Michaela, before I met my current girlfriend, me and Michaela used to talk, and Jumbotron rule, right? Follow the Jumbotron rule to the T, to the T. And we talk like a dorky high school couple on the internet. I didn't expect her to like it to ever leave the messages, but there was talks that she wanted to come out and all that stuff, right? And for what it's worth, um, she's not how she is on the timeline. She's a nicer person through text. She's very like she likes men. She's not like like crazy and all that stuff, right? She suffers from a problem that a lot of women suffer. They want an attractive man, but they don't want to give up sex, right? And I understand that. I kind of read that right away, and I'm like, okay, that's okay. That's okay. I'm not entitled to anything, but she's a good person regardless. But one day I did share those texts, and I kind of regret it. It was kind of mean, um, and it went viral, and it just showed her. It wasn't anything sexual, just showing her, saying, "Oh, you're so smart, you're so sexy. I wish all guys could be like you, like that," right? And it didn't make me feel good in the end. I was like, "Man, that's a little bit like low, low status fucking behavior, whatever." But that's leverage. That's how you deal with it. You follow the Jumbotron rule, essentially. The other girl, I did not follow Jumbotron rule, and it could come back to bite me in the ass. But I feel like I have enough goodwill on the internet where you guys can forgive me. Because at the end of the day, uh, no one comes pre-trained on the internet and how to deal with that. And I got caught up. Whatever, it happens. But at the same time, I have leverage. I have worse leverage than she has on me. Much worse. It would ruin her reputation for good, right? And it'd probably be illegal too. But at the end of the day, it's like Jumbotron rule and leverage. That's all you need, and they won't mess with you. And the thing is, you don't want to take them down. They're just like whatever. We talk through text. Who gives a fuck? So yeah. Uh. So yeah. Thanks, Mustang. Let me see. The older you get, lifting naturally becomes about your health. The way women look at you gets to feel normal. The file your doctor fills out every year hits way harder than females staring. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. When you're like in your mid to late 30s, like I am, the testosterone coming back around 760 or 660 or 760, you're like, yeah, that is more that polishes my ego. That makes my ego feel better than a girl checking me out of the gym, right? Because my biology is superior now because I'm still in the game, I still have high testosterone. And then what was the other thing? Not only that is that like you hanging out with younger guys and no one can believe your age. That's a big one, right? Because you take care of yourself, right? So I never went to a club, bar, strip club in my life. I don't drink. I never saw the appeal. Yeah, I mean, I can understand not drinking. I got a lot of guys like, yeah, it's whatever. It is. I will say it is overrated. It has always been overrated. Drinking's only fun if you're around good, decent people, and everyone's having a good time. But if you're around ghetto people or there's no girls around or you're not with your friends, drinking is like, what the fuck? And number two, yeah, you're not missing out on much, man. There are some bars that are fun to go to, but in general, you're not missing out. The nightlife is not what it used to be 20 years ago. So yeah. Nothing beats being 40 and looking young, fit and healthy and got the white hairs that chicks dig. Yeah, that's another thing. These girls are like, oh, age gaps. Women don't actually like older men for them. They only like them for their money or whatever. I'm like, dude, if you're an older guy and you're jacked, you're so rare. You're basically a rare Pokemon. You're basically Entei. Or right? You're a rare sighting because who the fuck? How often do you see a guy that's older in shape with the body of a 30-year-old? You know, so yeah. Thanks, Nuke. Met up with the girl I met online in an online community after COVID. I still in the community and she's in a relationship now. Send me. I've been thinking about you. Text recently. Yeah, man. Again, you have no competition, man. I'm telling you guys. If there's one thing the internet and all these podcasts fucked up is that they made guys feel that they had to be you know, making 6 figures plus 7 figures, whatever, or completely jacked, like just redlining everything, just redlining your freaking brain and time. You got these guys saying, why are you listening to music at the gym? Listen to self-improvement podcasts. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me, dude? I can't listen to like music in the gym. Like I can't listen to like the Attack on Titan soundtrack at the gym. Like, what is wrong with these people that everything because they're trying to convince men to be like them. It's like it's an ego, it's like an extension of your ego, like, "Oh, you gotta be like me." Here's what I say, dude. As long as you're getting what you want, don't let me fucking tell you how to live, right? I tell you tools so you can live how you wanna live better, faster, but if you wanna listen to a podcast in the gym, sure, but I'm not gonna listen to a podcast in the gym if I wanna listen to, like, my favorite anime intro playlist while I lift. Like, what's the point of life if I have another man dictating how I live, you know? Hey, yo, I did not expect Jack to say I'm huge when he saw me in real life. Funny how we don't see ourselves good enough. What type of huge are we talking about, Mish? Mhm. But I see what you're saying. Um, but yeah, like yeah, we're hard on we're hard on ourselves, which is good. That's a good place to be, right? You don't want to be complacent, right? But at the same time, guys, I'm telling you, when you go to the gym a lot, you only see attractive people for like a part of your day, right? When you like I live in a nicer area in Dallas and there's only very attractive thin people. But the minute I go to the airport or to a Walmart or to any place, right? I'm like, Jesus Christ, how do people live like this? And then sometimes I'm at the gym and girls look at me. And sometimes I'm at dancing and girls are just like looking at me. And I was at a coffee shop Sunday, yesterday, and I got a girl approached me. The barista walked out off her post, went outside, and asked to pet my dog, and just started opening me up about anime. Full on conversation. She had her work uniform on, right? I'm a dork. I'm an anime dork. I was wearing short. I look like an creepy anime nerd, right? And the thing is, you may think I got lucky or, and like, dude, no, it's just like there's not enough of you to go around. There's not. Right? So I wrote that Substack article and I wrote that Twitter thread so you can guys get it through your skull, right? It's not that you're doing bad. It's just like you're not at the right place at the right time, right? It's the timing thing. If you bust your ass lifting, but you're never in a place where um you're not in a gym then you're gonna think you're not good enough because you're comparing yourselves against like, Timmy Tren in the corner who's been lifting for 20 years and has been on trend for 20 years, right? That's who you're comparing yourself. But step out, have a social life, and you'll see that often you're gonna be the most jacked or the most cleaned up looking guy there. And you know something, you're gonna notice that the guys who are the alphas in that environment are gonna like, size you up because and you just walked in there, you didn't do anything. It's like, oh, hey, what's up, guys? I'm here to play tennis, or here, I'm here to dance. And you're like, everyone's like, oh shit. You're like, what's going on? Do I have something on my face? No, it's just, dude, you've been lifting for 3 years, man. Who the fuck does that? So studies show only 7% of Americans lift weights regularly. So being in the gym warps your idea of how fit you are really. Yeah. I look at myself in the mirror, I'm like, man, my arms are scrawny. Look at these things, right? Um, but then I'm like, wait a minute. Um, I went to an anime rave and a girl was feeling on my arm. Why? And then you look around, you're like, oh wait, yeah. Okay, I see now. Right. Nuke your job, you compensate for the hobby. I have the same. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, man. It's not about your age. It's about looking like it's about giving a shit about how you look, man. You'll be surprised. So yeah. Um, Nuke, go to cigar right now. Patron. That's why. Arturo Fuentes, actually. Yeah, Arturo Fuentes is what I smoke. Um, yeah. Hair transplants, divination, trust me. Yeah, like yeah. Women only care about your height and your hair if you care about it. If you're insecure, then they'll care about it. But if you're just like whatever, this is who I am, then yeah. So yeah, going to the gym and lifting weights is one of the key variables to the fountain of youth. I'm 56 and 35 and 40. Yeah. As long as you guys are responsible with the chemicals and injections, right? You do it correctly if you're gonna do it. Then yeah, most guys age great. And you'll realize too, like, holy shit, everyone's aging faster than me. So yeah. Uh yes, you're better than people who don't go to the gym. LOL. Yeah, no one goes to the gym. Really. And if people go to the gym, like how many people in the gym are bullshitting as well? They're not doing progressive overload. They've been in the same weight. They're, like I wanted to talk, right? But they lift and they're drinking like 10 beers a week, or not watching their diet. How many of those guys are lifting and have bad form, right? You're in the gym already. Might as well do it right. Might as well go the extra mile, right? And then you think about it, how many of those guys that lifting also have another hobby that offsets that, right? Like I lift and I play piano. That's an intellectual hobby. The other thing is a physical one, right? I don't know if gym is kind of a hobby, but you guys get it. Like how many guys are that? How many guys are just more than like not one dimensional? There's guys that lift and that's it. That their whole life is lift, weights. There's nothing else, right? Um, and on top of that, how many guys lift, have a sexy hobby besides lifting, and are market that hobby, right? So if you like to dance, if you're a ballroom dancer, and you're out there dancing with women, are you showing that on your Instagram, right? Are you going to events? Are you going out and dancing, right? Um, yeah. So you guys are way ahead than you think. And not only that, there's a book that just came out today called The Art of Dating that if you get, you'll be even way more ahead because you'll know how to date now. And what do I mean by knowing how to date? Well, when guys come to me for help, we do calls and stuff like that, right? I don't charge a lot. We talk and I always think, oh, this guy's gonna call me. He's some like low performing basement dweller that's trying to do better for his life. No, It's guys that already have social lives. It's guys that are already well on their way. It's guys that have figured everything else out. It's guys that are on the way up in life, right? And they just need a couple. They're hungry. They're like, I want to solve this problem. I got these two girls in my rotation or in my orbit right now. What do I do? I'm like, whoa, dude. I was about to say, like, I was going to explain hypergamy to you and how to like hold eye contact, but we're already starting with, yeah, these two girls, I like both of them. I've already, made out with one, and I'm interested in. I'm like, whoa, hold on, holy shit! I thought everyone in the red pill was like a bunch of losers, which for what it's worth, most of us are, because that's why we're here in the first place, because something's off. But you realize like the guys that are willing to put in the work and like seriously, not like read a book. I'm not talking about like what do I got to do to win. Um, they're already like really close. They just need a little bit of tweaks and outside perspective, and you'll realize like, oh shit, these guys are way more ahead than I thought. Yeah. Have you heard of hypergamy, dude? Are you referencing that story I told the other day on was it Rule Zero? Dude, where oh my god. Oh my god. So there will come a point in your life where someone is going to mention the red pill to you in your real life. Play dumb. Unless it's your good friend, play dumb. I had two instances where this happened. Where one was I was freaking I went to dance night and there was a group of girls, right? This is like 2023, early 2023. And there's a group of girls and one of the girls was this cute little Honduran chick with massive fake titties, and they looked really good. Like, I'm pretty sure they were fake, right? And obviously, the guys were like salivating. She had them out and all that stuff, right? She was very seductive. Look, like look at these men, right? And I get it, man. She wants the attention. And the girls dancing and just whatever with other guys, and one of the guys that I see all the time, he's like, damn man, look at that girl, she knows that we all want her. I'm like, yeah, cool, yeah, sure. And then he looks at me and he says, have you ever heard of hypergamy? Yo, I was like, so I played down like, eh, I think I've heard of it. Is that like what Andrew Tate talks about? I always like invoke the Andrew Tate excuse because like he's right, because he's like, "What normies think the red pill is?" And I'm like, "Yeah," and he's like, "Yeah," and then he, like, quickly explained it, and then later on, when it was my turn to dance, like, I asked the girl, "Hey, would you like to dance?" And we danced, and it was hard because big boobs, like, we're bumping chests and all that stuff, but she was laughing, she was having a good time, and I'm just, "Hey, yeah, what country you from?" Or, whatever, quick flirt, right, or, um, that was the first instance of someone mentioning that stuff, and then number 2 was I had a barber down the street, and he named his barbershop Alpha Barbershop. I kid you not. Great barber though, right? But he named his barber shop the Alpha something, Alpha Barbershop. And he was cutting my hair one day, telling me gripes about his ex-wife and all that stuff. And he was cutting my hair one day and he said, have you heard of the red pill? And again, I was like, dude, I mean, guys, by then I was like deep into my, writing or deep into, making content, red pill content. I was like, yeah, I think so. It's like the Andrew Tate stuff, right? And then I let him give me his shitty explanation of what it was. Then I just played dumb. Saved me a whole lot of trouble, man. Saved me a whole lot of trouble. So, yeah. No, I'm really not into Pokemon. Yeah, that probably would have been good. That probably would have been good. Yeah. So, what is this hyper gaming? Is it a new console? Yeah. Uh, so yeah, there was a guy that down the street. He said, like, my first time getting recognized, that was scary for me at first. I like froze in my tracks. I was walking near that barbershop, by the way, and this guy was like, "Yo, Nuke," like, and I was like, I got stuck. I was like, and then I look back, and it's just a chill guy. He's smoking a cigarette, and we talk real quick, and I'm like, "Oh, okay, cool." He's just like, "Hey, man," and I told him, "Hey, whenever you want to have a beer." Cool guy, chill as hell. Um, and I've been recognized like a couple times here in Dallas, mostly in my neighborhood, which is crazy. Um, and it's guys of all backgrounds, races, colors, ages. Uh, Tall young white guy at the gym. Couple guys here in my older guy, investment hedge fund manager. He likes my stuff. Um, some former nuke chased me down the street. He walked out of the bar. That one, I felt very comfortable because he was a nuke like me, so we kind of like we're almost like Navy buddies almost. So that was very comfortable for me to like talk to that guy. I wish I would have got his Instagram. I told him to like reach out. Um, and then a couple mutuals on Twitter I met, all awesome. Well, not all awesome. There was the Purple Pill podcast. Oh my god, you guys remember that arc when I would go on the Purple Pill podcast? I was so clout hungry. Mish and Jack remember that arc. Um, I already caught all the Pokemon. Yeah, yeah. Let me see if I find my episode Purple Pill podcast. Yeah. Oh my god, what an arc that was, man. Yeah, with Sergio. And the thing is, I was naive, right? I was very naive. And I really wanted to bring kind of like I was in the mindset of like, hey, maybe I can help him build this podcast into something more educational, more socially calibrated, right? Because um it's it could be I could be a net positive. I really wanted to be a net positive, right, to the space. Um and that's what I was known for, right? Everyone's like, "Oh, this guy's more balanced. This guy's more like preoccupied. He's not here for bread and circuses. He's here to like get to the he's here to get to the to the solutions. Like, what's your plan? What are we going to do here, right?" Um and I got burned pretty quickly. Um he talked shit about me for a whole year. Um on Twitter, like everything I tweeted, he would like respond with hate or I'm like, dude, like I went on a show like 4 times, never had any issue, I always showed up on time. I treated his guests, the women very I added to the show, I was as entertaining as it could be. I'm not an entertaining guy, but, I tried. I even showed up in a suit. I don't even show up in a suit for my friends sometimes, um, and all that. So, yeah, it was one of those things where like, "Oh, I learned my le" and I'm glad I learned my lesson. I'm glad I learned it in that small way, right? Um, but it got it got pretty bad at some point. Oh, wait, he deleted did he delete it? And here's the thing, man, this guy had some big guests, right? Oh, I remember this show. Oh my god. Let's see if it plays. Hold on, guys. Hopefully my laptop doesn't crash. Let's see. Okay. Alrighty. So this was a show, and I remember the podcast never did well. I get more views than him, and I'm a nobody. But essentially, the show was me. This guy was like on my side, cool guy. He's a business owner here in Dallas. We stopped talking a couple years ago, but guy is a good guy. Like he gave me a lot of free stuff, free pre-workout, free protein powder because that's what he owns a gym brand. So yeah.
What's going on, everybody?
So I guess we talked about determinism on this show. We also talked about other
Welcome to
stuff,
Purple
right?
Pill Power. We're doing a special men's improvement discussion today. The number one show in the world for dating today. Make sure to like the video on y'all's way in and subscribe. Please hit that notification bell so you can see every time a live show comes up. Follow us on the podcast Instagram as well. And we're now live to Facebook, Twitch, Twitter,
Yeah,
Rumble,
this
and
is
YouTube
where
all at
I'm
the
not
same
a good
time. If you
man
want to show support,
came
you can do that
from.
by hitting the join button under the video to become a YouTube member, which comes with some emojis for a show, or you can super chat in any questions.
Wait a minute. Ryan Stone did a play-by-play? Wait a minute, what? He did a play-by-play on this? Any tips for the Fort Worth area? By the way, Nuke, most people on here are families and older people where I am. I heard the stockyards are fun. I don't know any good places in to go in Fort Worth, but Fort Worth is still fun. It's just less places, right? The places seem to be more like a little bit more humble, not as ritzy as Dallas, but there's still plenty of places. You know, um, I don't have a list for you, but anywhere where the lighting is low, there's no ghetto people, the music is low, and is really good for a date. If I ever visit Nuke, I'm gonna play guitar while he plays piano. Yeah, dude, I'm gonna get back into piano here soon. Now that the book's done, my workload's getting a little smaller. So Wu Tang is for the children. Wu Tang Financial plays for you and your kids. Yeah. Wait. So hold on. Going back to this, Ryan did a play-by-play by this. Ain't no way. I gotta see that. Oh, okay, like okay, the purple. Okay, in general, I thought he meant of this stream. I was like, holy shit. Hold on.
That you have for the guys today. Um, we're now on all audio platforms.
Spoken word artist, musician, and
So we got old Unk there on the left. This guy is a battle rapper out of Dallas, and he was a virgin. And then we have Phil. Phil's the friend of mine. All his supplements there. He gave me all those supplements after the show. Cool guy, business owner. He used to do shows with the Dragons and Thor and Glenn Lawrence and all that stuff. So, yeah.
and I guess I'm also a podcaster. So I do a podcast every Sunday night with two other guys, Elisha and Caleb, and we have a podcast called Black Men Do Talk, DUE, and it's overdue conversations from a black man's perspective. So tune in every Sunday night.
Of course.
We do it live in Dallas for the live studio audience.
What has more street cred? Virgin rap or Christian rap? I don't know, sir. Yeah, dude, I couldn't believe. I thought it was a joke. I thought they were messing with me. And notice that I'm not in this shot. Notice that I'm not in this shot at all. This is the introduction. I'm all the way on the right, next to the hat. I'm like, you see how more like I'm far away from everyone. I already felt like a leper. Like I don't belong there. I don't. It's not worth his time, man. Don't do that. He has better things to do.
So yeah, tap in if you're ever in the city.
Yeah, y'all tap in. He really has one of the coolest shows in Dallas, guys. There's not a lot of people that are doing the
channel. Is Phil Foster's the
if man
somebody that
still not in the shop. Where am I?
Curing side of things rather than treatment. So
that's doing things in this world.
Still not in the shop. Where am I?
You have no drive, like this gentleman right here next to me was saying. You have no purpose really, and so it's important.
Yeah, we're doing the purpose talk. So blah blah. Be a band.
Replacement therapy. I've been on it for.
Got it.
The water we drink, you know, how we're treated at work, how we're treated in society, and you know, there's got to be a way to fight back. And I think this is the ace in the hole for a lot of guys, where, you know, then the thing is with low testosterone or lower than optimal levels, like you don't know because it's just so normal. It's your day to day, so you don't understand why you won't understand the effects of good testosterone until you get that good testosterone.
All right, I'm talking about shit that I don't really understand, but I'm trying my best, guys. Okay, I was naive. I was new. Okay. Okay, let's move on to something more important. Let me see what
disappeared, man. And I would say about 95% of them. Now, some of those deficiencies and problems that they had were genetic, and they couldn't escape that.
We're still talking about testosterone, but the thing is that the first half of the show is very woo-woo kind of, you know, masculinity, whatever, right? I was kind of bored. And I get it. That was the topic, you know.
It's the aspect of having larger foods that you're consuming. Your body needs, you actually benefits your body to enter ketosis after not eating for 8 hours. And
looking at YouTube and the social media platform.
I do that. Sometimes people don't, you know, disagree with women learning these things. One of my big stances lately has been that if I bring this up to them, and I shout out to Jesse Peterson because I learned this from him with the Zerka debate. He was having a really good debate with.
Have you using those words around me is insane. Shout out to Jesse Peterson. Back when he did the Zerka debate, I'm like, what the fuck did you just? What language is this?
Zerka, and he was like, because Zerka thinks that he's a cocaine crusader. He thinks that he's going to save the Christians while also fucking models and doing cocaine and stuff. And Jesse brought up a good point. Well, can't you just? If he was like,
You just said a lot.
No, seriously, you need to watch. It's one of the greatest. Everybody needs
Jesse
to go watch it.
Peterson, the black dude.
Yeah, dude.
Oh,
All right, let's move on. God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I need to get. I'm trying to find the good part. Look at that. Look how locked in I am, guys. Look at those forearms, though.
Affect me in my life now. That's the thing. Was there transparency? Were you forthright in the poor choices you made for me to make an educated decision? The problem with and what'd you call it?
Determinism.
Determinism.
Yeah. Now we're talking about determinism. I guess they were trying to set up for like a dunk on me later, but let's go here.
It could be two.
That's what I'm saying. You're saying
Yeah.
that it doesn't matter overall,
Right.
though, right? So when you say that it doesn't,
it's not that it doesn't matter. I'm just saying that it should only matter to you, not okay. There is psychological downstream effects of body counts for both sexes. I agree with that, right? But
Purity talk, guys.
You have to have
Red Pill
experience,
says that, bro.
huh?
Yeah,
Red Pill
don't
says
say
that.
that.
Red Pill doesn't address the downward any
Because it's
downward
new.
effect for men.
Yeah.
Well, every time we talk about that graph where we say like, what is it, 10 bodies, and the women like it drops off.
I don't know. He just said
it's 50% for both, for men and women.
That graph,
20 bodies.
that graph only exists with both genders lines on it.
What's the graph? I'm unfamiliar with the graph. What's the graph's premise?
It's just showing that the happiness in marriage after certain body counts, what the happiness in marriage is, and for men and women after 20 bodies, we both drop to around. I think guys is like 55 and women are like 50%.
Abstractions, dude. Here's the thing, right? I did not expect this show to turn like this, where I gotta defend common sense, right? I was like, hey, what are we talking about here, right? They're like, oh, the red pill doesn't address how the adverse effects of a high body count for men, because there isn't really much effects. There's nothing like what we address is like, hey, not having frame, hey, not knowing what you want, hey, thinking that your covert contract, stuff like that. The effects of a high body count, it's just not an issue, right? That's the thing. They're trying to frame this as a male female issue is the same. I'm like, listen, we don't even care if women have a high body count. That's their problem, right? I was not. It was the opposite. I got treated like trash.
It's happiness in marriage, though. Like, how happy are they in marriage with those body counts?
Marriage has changed.
No, the purpose of marriage was established by God.
Right, but
and that's in any culture that you will go to.
But there's no God in courtrooms. That's what I'm saying.
Ooh. Look how smoothly I delivered that.
I understand that.
100%.
But what we're talking about, what's the purpose of marriage? That's on the man and the woman.
Well, yeah, I want to be married. I want to be married.
So the creator, who is
I was so patient, man. I don't know how I put up with this.
God,
yeah,
is the one that designed marriage.
Correct.
The individuals that are, if we talk about it as
all right, let's move on.
Recency bias or even like proximity bias of who I'm exposed to. Majority of the red pill men that I meet are average men. And
thank you. Say, can you can he say that again and give him the chime? Say it one more time.
The majority of the red pill niggas that I encounter are all average men. And
so what he's saying is he's trying to he's doing what feminists do, right? Where they trying to make it a group of people. Oh, the majority of red pill men. That's like saying the majority of guys that have screwdrivers are average. I'm like, it's a tool. If you don't use the tool, then you're not going to get the job done. You can buy the tool all day. It's not an identity. You're not a screwdriver user. You have a screwdriver. Yeah.
And it's like by their own definition, talking about
is promiscuous, right? Ladies don't like that. I do shows with girls all the time. I had Angela Knight on. I cannot set myself on fire to keep other people's warm. To keep other people.
Oh, just letting you guys know, I still, even in this weird state, I was still spitting truth. You know.
People warm. So what I do is, okay, this girl's getting busy. That means I got to use protection, which you should be doing anyway. But let's assume that you're a young guy and everyone's saying, no, it's better to not use protection. Like, no, you don't know what she has. Your life can be affected for the rest of your life if you don't do the things to protect yourself. Okay, what happens if you don't use protection? She's like, no, she's only for me. I trust her. This happened to a couple of my friends last year. They'll come to you. Hey,
Yeah, I had a friend where he had an arrangement with a girl that said, "Hey, you don't sleep with anyone, and I don't sleep with anyone." Turns out, she ended up having gonorrhea, and he didn't. And then she blamed him for it. He's like, "Hey, I'm clean, so you broke the agreement. You're a hoe." And then she got mad and left.
Hey, I caught this. Well, I thought you were only with me. No, dummy. She's promiscuous. She is and that doesn't mean she's a bad person. That just means that she fell for the temptation of the streets.
Yeah, I don't like I'm
Trying to explain things sometimes to ghetto people. It's not worth your time, man. Just let it go.
I'm concerned when women come around me in my own community and we don't even know the men they're bringing in. You know what I'm saying? It's
Right.
like, hey, like there should have been a check-in,
Yeah.
right? And I think that
A screening. Yeah.
exactly. I think
He's ticked off all the boxes.
your sister gonna be able to.
She touched my pee-pee.
Like this is
no.
prevalent.
The government makes. Why? Because now you're talking.
I'm trying to get
Because
to the
you're not
part
even
where they're
setting
like
the
trying to
standard
corner
of
me.
They were.
intentionally dating.
They were the exception to the rule.
If they're accepting to the
Yeah, virgin
what's
ghetto
wrong with
people.
them?
Because the fact that they don't want to be with me doesn't make them a bad woman.
Wait, so this is them that
They,
after be
Scrambled his brain, bro. Scrambled it. Oh my god. See, the thing is, like, you see mainstream red pill shit, right? Or intersexual dynamics talk. When you bring in the actual fucking praxology, the shit that actually works, that we've all put into our lives, that doesn't sound awesome or like you're a champion of women or a champion of men or whatever. When you bring the real shit in, it blue screens people, right? I just said, just because a girl doesn't commit to me doesn't make her a bad person. And he's like tripping over his words. What do you do with that? Hey, shouldn't you be mad that a girl doesn't want to be with you forever because she slept with you a couple times? No, she's not mine. It's just my turn. It's up to her. It's Brieflit's law.
being around you, they didn't want to be with
girl
you.
number one. Hey, what do you want in a girlfriend? Young Vietnamese girl, 3 jobs,
For sure,
super smart, very dedicated to her family. She sends money to her family.
for sure.
She visits her mom and her dad to help them move, to help the good gal, like
Yeah.
by definition, right? She left me
Mhm.
because she asked her friends about me, and her friends were like, I don't like this guy, but I treat her like I had her up here,
Indeed.
not like a cornball, but like
You treated her
I
nice.
started elevating her quick, like, oh, you're cooking for me. I'm getting you a dress and we're going out to dinner. Like that's what I tell
Give
guys.
and take relationship.
Right? Like
Yeah, well, exactly. I was rewarding her for good behavior, right? She was cooking, giving me back rubs, bringing me gifts. So I'm like, hey, put on this dress. Let's go out for a nice night out. Normal people shit.
you're supposed to do it not because you want something out of her, but because you want to, right? And
Okay, there you go. The covert contract where, hey, I do something for you. That means that you owe me. And, I explained that too.
that's like, hey, I like this girl. She's doing the things I want her to do. I can take her out. I can buy her a $13 dress on Shein, and then take her out to dinner and treat her like a lady. You know why? Because she earned it.
We dating her at the time exclusively?
No, I was not.
Oh, well, yeah.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
If that's the case, I was trying to say like you're asking her to have a commitment level that you're not having a commitment level of.
Well, it's implicit, right?
Again, it's the whole men control access to relationships and women control women control access to sex and men control access to relationships. It's not up to me, bro. It's not up. She presents it and either opt in or opt out.
It's implicit that even so
it's implicit that if a guy like me,
a guy like you found an exception to the once I say you found an exceptional woman, and so the exceptional woman is looking for an exceptional man, not
Correct.
just financially. And so if that is the case, when they go back to their tribe, it's like, hey, tell me about this guy. Oh, he's a great guy.
Well,
He
but
me
who's the tribe? Like
but-
Humble Dad was saying,
for sure,
it could be bad people.
For sure, but
See what I'm saying? There's so many covert contracts here that my head is about to explode. Essentially, I'm explaining like, hey, relationship is her problem. Women control access to both, so it's not up to me. I didn't care that she was seeing other guys. If she was, I didn't know. Didn't feel like it, but it could have been. And essentially, I was like, hey, not my problem. In the moment, this girl did a lot of nice things for me in a row, right? Real king treatment. So I'm like, hey, she may leave tomorrow. I may never see her again, but I would like to spend the afternoon with her and have a nice night out, right? Just because I feel like I want to do this. It has nothing to do with I do this and then she owes me this. It is simply if she left tomorrow and never talked to me again, I would not regret having a nice night out with this woman, right? And they can't fathom that. They're like, well, if her girlfriend's told her to leave you, and that must be your fault. And I'm like, no, it's not my fault, dude. She gave me sex for free multiple times. I've already won. Like I did everything right. Yeah, I'm crossing the straw man hand in his head. He tried to hit on covert contract, then he leads into more covert. Yeah, look what I'm saying. Do you see what I'm saying?
But what I'm trying to say is, if they have her best in mind for finding an exceptional guy, and an exceptional guy is one exceptionally, as in other words, not the standard. An exceptional man in today's society is somebody that's loyal,
Right?
And will want to treat a woman. And so if they're
I
going to
agree
talk
with
to
that,
their
yes.
friends,
I agree with
that means that there's like, oh well, so is he just dating you? It's like, no, he has other people he's dating to, talking to as well. It's like, yeah, put him to the side.
And
so
you as a,
I would have given back that Vietnamese girl. I would have given her the same advice, bro.
Yeah.
I would like if
here's
she
the
was
thing.
dating.
You see what I'm saying? You see that attack? I would have told that girl to leave you too. Why? Because you're not good enough. Bro. Oh shit, yeah, another thing. Have each other's best in mind. No, they were probably jealous. And I'm not even that awesome, but she was probably like, yeah, I hung out with Nuke. And yeah, we did this and did that, and we had sex. It was amazing. We had sex 4 times, and he did this and he did that, and he did this with his tongue or whatever. And the girls were like, "Yeah, leave that asshole," you know.
It wasn't over whether I
There
had
you
other
go.
women. It
He
was
is
whether I
also
would
one
let her go to Miami and party.
Well, that's something different.
Yeah,
But-
so that's the standard.
that's-
right?
But no,
yes,
but see,
yeah.
see, it's the thing.
I broke it again because I told her she would be like, "Oh, I want to go to Miami and party." Why? I think we had a conversation, and I said she asked me a hypothetical, and stupid me, I answered it, but it was like whatever, I'm hooking up with this chick. I was ready for her to leave the next day. I really liked her company, right? But again, it's up to her whether she wants to be in a relationship, right? So I say something like, "Oh, you go to Miami and party?" I'm like, "Yeah, but I don't date girls that want to go to party in Miami by themselves. I'll go with you maybe, but I just don't. It's not my thing. Like I have nothing against you going. It's not my problem. But if you're my girl, I don't want you unless it's like for work or something. So, and that's that wrong with her. But I said it in a calm way. I didn't say it mean. I was just like,
This is
whatever.
the thing.
She asked me that.
I want you that too. I'm
gonna disagree. I'm gonna tell you why.
Never have I been rejected by a woman because she even thought I had other women. Matter of fact, it has helped me. And these are women that are good women.
for sure.
And that
This again. Look what I just said. I have never been rejected by a woman for her finding out that I had other women.
that's the problem, that we need to understand that women biologically like men that are chose, right?
Yes, but they also want them to be just theirs.
Loyal.
See, this is
I
what I'm saying.
understand. That is true. You're not wrong. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna put it down.
Miami.
All right.
Okay,
Don't worry.
I'm done
I'll
with you.
end this soon, guys. I'm trying to find the
And so
moment
that's
where
that's the problem, right?
Faithful to you only. Is that something you'd say in your wedding vows?
As long as she does her part of the bargain, I will do mine.
Well, what I'm trying to say is like before the part of the bargain, you make the bargain. That's the contract. I'm saying
Right.
so based on the contract that you set with her, and then you say before man and God, in your vows, are you going to now, irrespective of what she does, because she's already shown who she is before that? Are you going to say, "Hey, to you and you only," in your wedding vows?
As long, just like I promise to take care of her no matter what, she's gonna take care of me no matter what, right? But it's a two-way street.
Well, I'm so, and the interesting part of
I'm using broken record right here. Try to explain pre-selection. You guys are having a blast, aren't you? I can't take a virgin older than me seriously about, yeah, you shouldn't, dude. You shouldn't. I bet you Wu-Tang guy makes conscious hip hop. Oh, dude. I would have cock blocked you. You see what I'm saying, bro? Like this feminine, you gotta be careful, man, out here with these guys.
about like marriage. Marriage is, from what I've learned from the old heads and the young people, you're signing up for seasons. Here's the thing about seasons,
Right.
bro.
It's not gonna be all peachy, you know. You're
For
gonna have
sure, for
downtime.
sure,
Yeah.
for sure.
My parents are still married, and I went through it with them, and I understand that. Yeah.
For sure. And so you met a girl who is faithful. You met a girl who
I don't know
is-
that.
Well, you asked her to marry you. This
Yeah.
is what he's saying. He's
Yeah.
bringing you. To
Oh,
the
you mean like a
point.
hypothetical?
Well, I'm
Yeah.
trying to say the
Okay,
Vietnamese
sorry,
chick, right? Well, like, well, you were saying she was
Look how patient I am. I was like, all right, I'm just gonna put on my best face forward, you know?
the exception.
She was.
What was exceptional about her? If she was like every
There was
other
only
girl,
one thing that was exceptional about her from other women, is
which
that
was
she was qualifying to me. The only women that are visible to me are women that are qualifying to me,
okay,
and
so,
that's healthy.
Ooh. Yeah, that was pretty bar. I might tweet that. The only women that are visible to me are women that are qualifying to me.
That's how it should be.
okay, and so you be
And dude, you gotta admit, I started like a complete dork in the beginning of this, but like right now, I'm starting to like I'm getting flow state right now. Yeah, exactly. I was like, I don't know if she's faithful. You'll never know if your girl's faithful, right? She could, I mean, you could hire a PI and check her phone, right? But even then, it's like your effort trying to decipher it is better spent being the type of guy that she would worry that you're being unfaithful because you have so many options, right? That's it, like worry about that. What's straight out of Mark Sertain's playbook?
you meet a few exceptions. It's just a lot of times those exceptions aren't able to fully accept where you're at in your life. Is that the thing?
Yes, but it's not their fault because there's technology, there's temptation. She went to her
So
girls.
determinism.
Yeah, well, she
Again, here's another mental model I'm using right now, right? I'm like, assume she's promiscuous, but don't obsess. Right there, I'm saying it. Hey, just because she likes to fuck doesn't mean she's a bad person. Man, fucking feels good, guys. I don't know about you. It doesn't mean she's a bad person. They cannot process that. They keep trying to say, oh, she's not loyal to you. She must be a bad person. I'm like, dude, if I find out that a girl I'm seeing is seeing other dudes, I'll just shut up about it. I won't say anything and I'll continue having sex with her. Obviously, I'm going to start using protection, right? And we'll go from there. And it happened multiple times. I find out women I'm seeing are seeing other guys, right? And I'm like, oh, okay, any minute now she's gonna like bounce out, you know? I'm just gonna shut up, enjoy sex, not look like an idiot, and then one day she's just gonna stop texting back. That's usually what happens. And you know what? It usually is much longer than you think, right? I thought, hey, like next week she's gonna be gone. 5 months later, she's still there, in and out of my life, you know? So Dark Knight Dev, member for 22 months. Thank you, sir. Men will shame you worse than women, and will especially some brothers who pedestalize. Yeah, dude. I'm sorry I have to show you this Dark Knight Dev. My God. You see that grin on the dude? Like he thinks he got me. Dude, my mental models are solid because I kept saying, like, listen, dude, I don't like when I meet with a woman, I just assume she's got other dudes. I assume she likes to fuck and she's a hoe. And I just enjoy the moment. You know, I'm not, yeah, don't consider that. Yeah, it was just like a anti-red pills thing. Like you were trying to say like, oh, red pill guys are losers or average, right? Which average in self-improvement world means loser. So, yeah. Yeah, it's like Alcoholics Anonymous. Most people in Alcoholics Anonymous are alcoholics. Yeah, motherfucker. That's why they're there in the first place. Duh.
She went to her girls.
Maybe been fighting that word.
Maybe,
all
yeah.
morning.
I like how we tie it all together. The thing is, like, to this day, I still respect her. I still give her a hug if I see her. Like, I have nothing bad to say about any of the women I dated. Maybe one because I found out she had OnlyFans behind my back. And even then, I still hug her and be like, "Hey, I'm sorry, but you know, you messed up. But I still respect. You know, and I respect you, but I'm still polite. And you're still a woman and you're a human being. And we share memories together, right?" But the thing is, like, when it comes to this stuff about, you know, being faithful no matter what, even if, like, what if my wife cheats on me, right? What
Then
do I
you can
do then?
divorce her.
Right.
Yeah, but you lose.
But you'll lose.
No, not necessarily.
Depend on the contract you sign.
Well, it depends on
You control the contract.
Bad analogy on my part. I think what I was trying to say, what if she stops having sex? Right? Like now I'm moving to the next mental model is she doesn't own your libido. She has first crack at it.
Right, but like
you got to quit letting these courts write contracts for y'all, man.
What we're doing.
You gotta here's another one they violated. You can't out alpha the state. We either don't get married with the state or you do. But once you do, you can't out alpha the state, you know.
And what we're doing, right?
One for me.
All right.
They didn't write one for me.
Oh, so you feel as though you lost out in the
Let's move on.
And even back in biblical times, when there was a divorce, you had to give a certificate, right?
Right.
So was what you built,
right? And they immigrated to the United States, and they said,
"Or is it for a man to or a woman to give devotion to a man?"
Oh, here comes Sergio. Now, this is the part where Sergio starts like going in on me, man. I'm like, what did I do?
If she's devoted to her career, she's devoted to her boss, if she's devoted to the dollar, or if she's devoted to other things, or another man, an alpha widow. So like, it's all about devotion.
Ding, man, throw the ding in that.
But like the higher up in age you go, bro,
I'm
the
having a
harder it's
blast.
going to be for you to get that devotion.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I understand. I agree. I definitely
sure.
agree. Yeah.
So, but with that though, right? Like, because there's also millennial couples and things like that, and older couples, like 40-year-old couples, etc.
I felt like Jim from The Office in this episode, in this podcast. I wish there was like a camera where I could look at and just try to break the fourth wall.
That you can look at.
Mm-hmm.
I would like. These are the people that I look at advice towards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like
I love hearing conversations of like stuff like this, gender dynamics, etc. But when it comes to wisdom, I'm getting wisdom from experience and those who have experience and have been able to sustain marriages and relationships. Because if now, mind you, I don't want.
Oh, here we go. Marriage is a sign of sexual success. It is not. Ben Shapiro got married. He begged his wife to marry him. Begged. On his knees. Begged.
Want to just harp on this, but like when you telling me you found a great woman,
yeah,
and the deal breaker for you was she was going to go on a trip, and the common aspect of going on a trip in Miami means you finna get your back broke, you finna do whatever it is,
get
you
drunk,
finna
put
drink,
yourself in a
you know what I'm
situation
saying?
where you can get hurt, or
be on camera, and you're finna have people pouring a drink over you, you got your mouth wide open with your tongue out, stuff like that, etc. For sure.
But it wasn't her. It wasn't her. Like, see, here's the thing.
No, wait, let me finish.
Okay.
Because here's the thing. Could you see how, by you saying you can't go there because you'll do this, communicated to her that you lack trust in her?
Do you agree that when people drink, they do dumb things?
Yeah,
absolutely, absolutely, for sure. But could you see how, if you said what you said, it's because here's the thing: you can if you're going on a trip and then I'm actually giving you have no commitment, sure. But here's the thing: you can actually set a standard rather than setting a block. Now, mind you, there's things you can't set blocks on. You know what I'm saying? But it's definitely tougher in our society today. I would prefer women that, you know what I'm saying? I've also been broken up by a woman who actually went on the trip.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, man, like, and this is for somebody who I wasn't sexually doing nothing with her like that. You know what I'm saying? Like
I wasn't sexually doing nothing like that. And I broke up with her because she went on a trip. Do these guys hear themselves?
The extent that she probably desired, even wanted naturally, right?
Yeah.
And so she went on a trip. Next thing you know, I'm getting broken up with, right?
That's
so
true.
I'm with you, fam. It's happened.
I mean, I wasn't mad about it. I just said, hey,
you
know, like,
for sure,
it's not my thing, you know.
But could you see how that communicated to her a lack of trust in her?
Like,
because you honor her as a good woman.
Me not trusting her.
Yeah.
Well,
in her perspective,
there's an important detail here. It wasn't her idea. She wasn't going anywhere. I just told her in general, like, one of my number one things. You know, when I grew up in Puerto Rico, which is a popular destination spot. I know how these women act, right?
Yeah. And so
My first
telling
kiss
her to
was from a
stay-
passport girl. That was
Yeah.
my first kiss,
That's
right?
kinda crazy.
Yeah. As a young man, that was
That's PTSD.
right? Yeah,
Yeah.
from a girl that traveled from the United States here,
Indeed.
right? So I know firsthand experience how women act overseas, and I think we all know. We're not, you know.
Sure.
But the thing is, she went to her friends, and she said, "Hey, and she told me this. I met this guy. He's great, but he's not cool with trips. Women are biologically
Take
designed to take information from other women and be like, you know, their other opinion, right? Whereas guys were not.
Women are creatures of consensus. What I'm
So we
saying
kind
here.
of like make our own decisions when it comes to
sure.
stuff, right? Girl number 2, I'm seeing her tonight. She's a great gal, hardworking gal. You know, she takes care of my dog when I need her to. She's very intelligent. I think she's smarter than me, right? She is also
By the way, this is Insurance Girl in my book. I'm talking about Insurance Girl.
25, right?
Wait, Ben Shapiro's wife has massive jugs? Really? I got to do some research.
I've known her since she was 23. Doesn't want to commit. And I've said, hey, you know, like we've been doing this for a while, you know. She's like, no, I'm fine. I like what we have. Right? Another girl, you know, it's the same. These women are not committing. And the thing is, like,
But are you committing?
The thing is, like, the relationship is
Here we go. I'm about to drop it.
her problem, and that's one of the that's what I'm saying. Like,
Nuke, you pigeonhole yourself to these type of women. Like,
You see, these red pill, like this is the purple pill meets the red pill. They cannot handle that women have, like, they cannot handle that sometimes women have agency and sometimes they make decisions. That doesn't mean they're rational, doesn't mean they're bad or they're good. Women make decisions no matter what, right? They just make decisions. It's not my fault always, right? It's just that she is in a place where she doesn't want to be in a relationship, period. And that's not my fault.
This is
Yeah,
what
how
happens.
are you messing with a woman that don't want to commit?
No, but here he's gonna lay it on you right here.
Okay,
Why-
I'm waiting
why-
for the leg because I'm like,
because you cannot rob the woman of the privilege and the fun of trying to lock you down.
Again, this is what I say. Women do not never say I love you first. Always let the woman fight for your commitment. If she's not fighting for your commitment, then it's just sex, right? You cannot try to convince a girl. If a girl doesn't want a relationship, there's nothing you can do, right?
Do you understand me? That is like player game advice, you know? And the thing is, like, you know how
if
exciting
you want to be a player, not a husband.
but you know how exciting it is for a girl when she meets a guy who's a gentleman but also has game, has a little bit of status, has maybe a little bit of money, lives in, you know, is a fun guy.
Yeah.
She's gonna be like, there's two things that humans kind of conflate, which is approximate goals and like far off goals,
For
right?
sure.
When you meet a girl that's pretty, you don't go like, I'm gonna marry her and have 2 kids. No, you know, your monkey brain goes in and like, man, she look good, I want to get with her, right? Not you specifically, but let's say the average dude, right? You don't think about marriage, right? Why would you take away the fun of courtship, right? If there's even any these days, when by implying that, hey, I want to get married as soon as you meet me, I'm going to make it known that I want to be married. I want to be married, but I want to let the girl have fun within that courtship, you know, whether it be 3 months, 6 months, and be like, hey, you know, I'm chasing you down, I'm doing this thing, this is so much fun. There's nothing
That's
happier,
what's the problem.
right? But there's no woman
this
that's
is the thing.
happier
This
than
is what
knowing that she's found a high value guy and she's slowly roping him in. That's women love that, you know.
No.
But you're talking about a woman who you want to commit, who won't commit to you, and then
Right.
you're still entertaining it.
That's what I'm saying. They don't always like to be roped in. Like, they don't always like to play those games.
Again, it's my fault that a girl wants to be in the streets. It's not, she doesn't have agency, right? That's basically what the purple pill, everything outside the red pill forgets one thing. Women don't have agency. It is what it
And
is.
you got to understand, like, certain women who don't play games don't like a guy who plays games. If
Right.
you're the type of guy who's playing games, it's going to end up biting you in the ass. And like, I understand everything that you're doing because you follow RP theory to the dot. And I'm very purple pill, as I talk about. I'm very good at getting into relationships. I've been in multiple ones. This is something that's very easy for me.
I'm better than you because I have women wanting to be in relationships with me.
To do, and I can see a clear distinction between me and you. And the biggest thing is that
I'm
you
better than you, Nuke.
establish that, you know, to these women, I have options. I'm this type of guy, you know, all these things. The type of women that come to you and the type of women that only want to have sexual relationships with you or just have like the type of relationship you're having, they're never going to be relationship types of girls because you're filtering.
All of those girls I was in casual relationships with are probably all in I think they're all in relationships right now. See what I'm saying? Okay, we got a 999 from Mountain Man Tops.
Thank you so much, best friend.
Mountain Man Tops with the 999. Last week, a woman bumped into me with her shopping cart at the Costco. She was super hot. What would have been a good way to open her and get her number to ask her out? Congrats on the new book. You could be playful. I guess you could say something like, you know, I'm not gonna sue you. I'm not gonna sue you, but I'll take your number. You know, like, or you know, you gotta be playful. Like, oh, you hurt me. I guess I gotta sue you now, right? That be that playfulness, right? And see how she reacts. If she responds positively, she laughs, she giggles, right? And you could just say, hey, but I'll take your number, and that way we can just settle it. We could say something like, we could settle it outside of court. And you can just give me your number, or something like that. Playful. Oh, remember this, right? With women, they don't like direct communication. Just be playful, whatever it is. Be playful. Talk to her like as if it was, I know it's going to sound weird, but as if it was just a kid accidentally hitting, you know, you know, like kind of like condescending kid talk that you do when a kid, let's say a kid accidentally hit you with the baseball, right? What would you say to the kid? Hey, kid, do not throw the baseball like that. No. Or, hey, kid, I'm keeping this baseball. No, you say, look, you know, you say, hey, kid, you can have your baseball back, but um, whatever, you know, just you can't be serious. And the thing is that it requires you thinking on your feet. And remember, my Mountain Man, you're not always gonna think on your feet. Sometimes you're gonna say dumb things. If you can't think of anything, just um go with the compliment. I know that's not the best thing, but just go with the compliment, right? When you're So don't be so hard on yourself looking back. Oh, I messed up this instance where I could have got a number. It's just like sometimes you just things happen so fast and you're not in the headspace or you're, you know, you got a lot in your mind that it doesn't turn on, right? The charm doesn't turn on right there. So yeah. Yeah, we better exchange insurance. Yep. Yeah, these all work. This works. This works. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. McDonald 304. Yeah, that works great too. Confidence, a little bit of confidence, cocky, you know?
Yourself to that. If you filtered immediately and told women, like what I teach guys to do and what I teach women to do is you need to find out how far people are looking in the future.
Here you go.
If
He's
somebody's looking
lecturing
30
me
years in
now.
the future, then they really give a fuck about things
Lecturing.
30 years in the future, whether that's having family, having kids and stuff. So if you sat down on a date and say y'all can still have fun for 2 or 3 weeks, Nuke, you can still have fun with a girl for a month or two, but you can still establish on the first few dates that you really give a fuck about the 30 years in the future, whether that's your savings, whether that's having a family.
Holy shit. 2 weeks already talking about 30-year mortgages? You got to be kidding me, man. Why was I on this show? This is the part of the show where I'm like, what am I doing here? Like I was rethinking my life decisions here. Your eye will never be as far apart as his, Nick.
One day, whatever it is, you can establish those things and then
This is the face of a like, you know what I used to do when my mom used to lecture, my dad used to lecture me too much, and I would just check out. This is me checking out.
and later on, a month or two down the road, she's going to understand what you want out of your life in 30 years is the same thing as hers, and then she'll want to be in a relationship. But if you don't establish those things early on, you're going to be with short-term women who are thinking short-term. There's some women who think short-term, like everybody today with Instagram and all these dating apps, stuff like that. Everybody's living in short-term mindsets. Find a girl with a long-term mindset. My girlfriend that I have right now, she has a long-term mindset.
Lecturing me,
And
bro.
like you don't have to find a girl that goes to Miami.
Yep.
There's so many girls out here, bro, who have never gone to Miami. My girlfriend has never gone to Miami. She's never gone on a trip with a guy at all.
And I wrote a book. Hundreds of it. I made it on Rule 0. I wrote a book. And what is this guy doing? Lecturing a man like me.
She's 24 years old and has never gone on a trip with a dude.
Dude, yes. This will be Sad Nuke Cutaway. Thanks for the idea. We have a Sad Cappy. We'll do a Sad Nuke. We'll do a close up on my face. Thanks, dude. Awesome idea. I appreciate that.
Dude, you can find really good women out here that have never even experienced, and they're not even the type
Yeah,
that
dude,
want to go do
he's
that
like,
stuff. Maybe they don't even have a
he's
good
like
friend group.
tripping
They
over
only have a good
himself.
family group because they know how fucked up the girls are today, and they don't even want to be in friend groups with these
He-
girls that are like
Look
this.
at this
You can
angry
find
yelling,
that,
dude.
but if you pigeonhole yourself to these women that only want sex or they're thinking short term, that's because that's what you're attracting. You like you
Lecturing
reap
me,
what you
bro.
sow at the end of the day sometimes.
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of these women are in relationships now, so
Okay,
yes,
okay,
that
so
was
Oh, I didn't know. I forgot I said that. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. I didn't know I said that. I forgot. What a kill shot. Because he said, hey, the girls that you're messing with are never going to be happy, never going to be in relationships. And I said, well, you're all in relationships now.
the relationship guy for them.
So my biggest
Look at my, hold on, but look at my smirk when I said that.
At the end of the day
Look at my
sometimes.
Yeah,
smirk.
well, I mean, a lot of these women are in relationships now, so
okay,
yes,
okay,
Look at
I
my
was the
smirk.
relationship guy for them.
So my biggest my biggest hang up with the red pill community, and this is me personally, and this once again is based on my own experience on what I've seen and what I've heard and
Uh-oh.
what I've been around.
Uh-oh.
So for a community that speaks so heavily of gender dynamics
Mhm.
and understanding that men
Here
and
comes the
women
next
are
one.
just different,
Mhm.
right?
Here goes.
What I have, I'm trying to understand
Mhm.
how is it that men that recognize women think circularly, operate differently, move differently than men, will still communicate to them as if they're men. That makes no sense to me.
Like you mean
Like-
yelling at them on podcasts and stuff
Well,
like that?
that's one example, but like the yelling is the
And this podcast is in that group of yelling at women too. I was sitting next to the guy yelling at women. I was like, Jesus Christ.
aggression aspect. Like I can be, mind you, we've been men. It's not aggressive,
Right.
but I know I don't have to talk circular. I can be direct,
Right.
right? If I'm on my podcast, majority of people, if you look at my podcast, the reason I'm gonna have 15, 20 women show up tomorrow is because we speak for the aspect of them understanding.
Damn, can I come then?
Yeah, absolutely. Pull up, man. You go.
No, anybody can come on Sundays. Everybody.
You feel me? Like, bro, like, but what I'm trying to say is like if I'm talking to men, I'm gonna communicate differently to a male audience.
Absolutely.
Now, if I'm talking to women, especially if we're talking about things like marriage and things,
He's basically saying atone for the sins of other guys that, like he thinks that the red pill is a group of people. So he sees that other people do certain thing and he's like, atone for their sins. And I'm like,
things like the future, a lot of times they don't even know how to communicate what they're feeling. And so it's actually it's contingent upon me
didn't
to
invite
help
me in for
guide and
this.
direct that.
Set the frame.
You know what I'm saying? Set that frame. And so, yes, I may be dealing with a 25-year-old girl who is listening to her friends because that's all she knows. But if I'm a man who is a strong base, I can not only set standards and set rules and set things in place and not have to be as direct, but do so through, have you ever thought about this? Man, like, what do you think about this? What's your perspective on this? And then allow her to essentially make her own way to the end. And then if she gets to the end and that's not something you're about, then okay, cool.
Yeah,
Because
She can choose to be in your frame or not. She can.
Yeah,
choose.
that's
what you said was like they're the weaker vessel, right?
that 100%.
So that's also a part of the emotional part.
Yeah,
possibly.
yeah, 100%, man. They
I don't
have
know.
to come to that conclusion on their own.
Facts.
You know, and that's
That's a
the
good
one-
way to put it.
You know, they have
That's
to.
good.
But, see, but the thing is a lot of guys, they get their little pee-pee touched a couple
Yeah,
times, and they don't think, right? And
That's
so I
fair.
think that's why
That's
the
fair.
red pill content's important because it's like, whoa, slow down. You don't know what you're signing up for right
Yeah.
there.
For sure.
I think it is important.
I
I
think-
realized it was a woman that came up with that, though, right?
Yeah.
The red pill.
Yeah, that's
women,
truly
man, I don't
arsillar.
care, man. It's all I know is that it's straight.
It's like a gunk filter or something that where all the gunk kind of like collects.
The topic of sticking in the Rambo mode, and just being hating women.
Yeah, man.
It's
I'm
not that I
telling you.
hate women. I love.
They don't understand it.
For me, and it's not even about gaming women. It's about looking at a girl right square in her eyes like this and saying, "Hey, this is precisely what I want from you."
Yeah.
And if you can't handle that, I understand it.
That makes sense.
This is what I.
Yeah, and this is like we're back to the whole masculinity, like do as I say, I'm gonna kick bitches to the curb, all that stuff. Listen, man, like that's not a good way to frame relationships and anything to do with women. Like, don't come in there setting boundaries, right? You don't explain your boundaries, right? You don't tell a girl don't do it. Like, obviously, you got to tell her, hey, I don't like it when you do this. But more often than not, right? Women kind of like fall in line, and kind of understand where you're coming from. Um, More often than not, if you have options and you're attractive, because women fall in line for attractive men naturally. They know that the game is different. So
Want, and that's
You're saying that you're not getting married again. Would you suggest he wine and dine her, so to speak, and then say, this is what I want?
Yeah.
Or would you do that on the front end?
So
You just said you would do that on the front
Yeah,
end.
I'm a little bit different than him. So like, how long were you dating her, Nuke?
About like 6 months.
See, like at about like month like 1,
Yeah.
she would know precisely who I am as a man and what I want.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? She'd know, hey, if you want, if and I have no problem taking girls out to dinner. I mean, I take Lana all the time out. We go spend
I'm
$500-$600
going to dinner tonight. Yeah.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. You want to go on a trip? Let's go to Vegas. I don't care. You know, it's just money.
that's his wife or something, or his baby mama. She's good. I met her. She's good people.
Have these attributes that I want in a woman.
Trying to get to the point where I say I'm not a good man.
You will not get my exclusivity.
Yeah. I mean, I gave it my best shot. What happened was,
it's just a little bit different. You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
I went to a wedding. I went to a wedding with her and met her friends and family. You know, I flew out to go. You know, because I'm like, maybe this is it. You know, like, and you know, a lot of guys.
Why did you think? What you mean by maybe this is it?
He liked her.
But I'm saying, but there was no,
because the
in the 6 months, right?
Mhm.
This is not an exclusive girl.
Off and on though, it was off and on.
You feel
6
me?
months, yeah.
So it's not an exclusive. So I want to understand, what did the 6 month situation mean? Did this mean that y'all was going to be exclusive?
Approximate goal versus far off, right? I saw her; she looked good.
220. Oh, that's the.
Well, I'm saying,
You guys found it?
He raised her up.
Right, but I'm trying to ask the question.
Oh, we're
did
far
you
away.
think that now
Shit.
she's
Let me
gonna be a
speed it
wife?
up. I
Am
want to get to the
thinking
moment
that,
right before.
I see her as my wife, or I'm seeing her as an exclusive girlfriend.
She was having casual sex for 6 months with you. It's not very wifey.
Well,
there it is. There it is.
the thing is, like,
It's gonna get really bad. They're gonna
Here's the
start
thing.
really attacking me here.
So
they are drawn. Like when I go out to salsa night,
For sure.
and I come up to a young
Hold on.
Women look another. When
Yeah,
you
well,
really
yeah.
look at all the stats, you will see why the women are acting the way they are with you. You're not her best strategy, bro. Her best strategy is a beta bucks. And I have to teach that to the women on these shows all the time. They're all gonna end up with one probably, because that's how it works.
Yeah, and understanding, bro, like with men who actually have access to multiple women, you are the exception to the rule right now, right? Like,
Yep.
I don't give
I
relationships.
mean, I'm a huge dork. I'm not nothing special.
But no.
You look good. What are you talking about? You look good. What do you mean?
No. I'm saying your results show. Like when I'm talking about the red pill men I meet, I'm saying men who can't even get a date,
Right.
but they talk all that trash in the comment section.
Right.
So you're already an exception to the rule. The fact you even have the option to talk to multiple women and then get responses, bro. That's not even the fact you're actually intimate with them. I'm saying
Now they're glazing me. They think. Here's the thing. Look at my face. These guys have been wailing on my way of life for like an hour, 2 hours now, and they think they can just. Oh, you're actually pretty awesome, Nuke. Even though I've been told so many like mean things, covertly mean things, like, oh, I would have told her to leave you too, like that kind of shit, bro. That's some kind of like backstabby behavior, right? Now they're trying to go, like, you way above average, Nuke. And I'm like, look at my face. I'm like, yeah, that's cool. Glad you think that, man.
the fact you're actually communicating with multiple women and they're actually reciprocating energy. That's rare, bro.
I know.
Like so off
I know.
rip, you are setting the tone for women's experiences with men. And so all I'm
Oh, here we go. Licking the ice cream. Right on schedule.
asking is that whatever standard
delicious.
that you're saying morally you're responsible for, lay that out and then see if you're creating the daughters you want in the women you date, and you're creating the wives you want in the women you date for the future men.
Yeah,
I
I
get
what
like,
you're
bro,
saying
it's been
there,
like
Street, but I
5
just wanna
minutes
say
of
one
that.
quick
Like,
thing.
no, not 5 minutes.
Like
Like
he
an
said
hour. Then-
was, these girls, they reach out to me when they got problems. I talk to them. I spend time with them. If they, he alluded that, one girl, like, I need to go to the doctor. Do you need me to take you? So he's actually provisioning his time and attention to her.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's necessarily. He's just not pumping and dumping, and so that's the big problem.
Yeah, I wouldn't address
that's
that.
that's the big problem with
Phil got me. Phil got me. What he's trying to say is like, look, dude, it isn't binary. It isn't like I'm out here having one night stands and running. Like, first off, Dallas is a huge city with millions of people, tens of millions of people, right? So it's like that I slept with like 20 girls in a year or something. That doesn't really change society, right? It doesn't change society. And the other thing too is that like, I treated these women well, not because I wanted any. It's just because it's who I am, right? If my brother was sick, I would take him to the doctor, or at least ask. If a girl who I just annihilated in the bed twice this week was like, "Hey, I have this. Can I'll ask her, hey, do you need me to go to take you to the doctor or something, right? Just because she's been treating me like a girlfriend, and I'm a human being. This girl is like treating me like, even if we stop sleeping with each other, I would still hold her in high regard because it isn't about forever. It's about how does she treat you, right? I want girls to win me over by behavior, not with these fake emotional morality things,
a lot of girls is they choose the wrong guy. They get pumped and bumped and utilized. And so, to Sergio's point saying, well, they're all going to end up with a beta bucks. I disagree with that to a point. If you have your standards and you know precisely what you want from a woman, and you're not a beta buck, and she's bringing that energy to the table, then you're really not just a provisioning tool for her. She's actually matching your energy in that relationship. So I got to push.
I just think at the end of the day, like the 40.
Here we go.
Okay, Sergio, beta bucks.
A beta bucks is just the 80% men. Like I think 80% of men, they're going to end up becoming beta bucks one day. Therefore, the relationship.
Here we go. The abstract numbers. 1 second, guys. I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna pour. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and I'm gonna play it. We got 2.5 minutes. Till ground zero.
Is probably going to be in the woman's frame, and that's it. Like I would say the frame is in the relationship for the men about 20% of the time. Most of the time, if a woman ends up with a dude that makes her wait to have sex, makes he's basically courting her and doing all this stuff, even though she's not a traditional woman. There's a ton of guys that are going to do that, even if she's 35, even if she's 40. Women are going to always have a second chance, and that's why a lot of RP actually hates women, is because women always get a second chance. A guy who's 40 or 50 and still a loser, he might not get a second chance unless he gets enough money. He'll be able to trick off, and he'll be able to pay for a woman to be his wife or something. But for the most part, women always have a second. I think women always get a second chance.
Second chance
at relationships.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, because there's always a loser that will take them. There's always a fucking virgin, dude. There's always a dude. No offense to you, Street. There's always a guy who literally.
No offense. Damn, dude.
But you know what I mean. There's always a guy out there, though.
It's coming, guys. It's almost here.
To accept that girl, even if she has 50 bodies, dude. And because
look how checked out I am right there. Dude, I'm making weird faces. I don't even care. You know what? I'm gonna screenshot this. I gotta screenshot this. There we go.
Going to do whatever it takes to have a baby, possibly, or have a family, and he might get screwed over. I'm not saying it's gonna be.
There he goes.
Thank you so much, best friend.
Michael Traptree with $2. RP has no enemies, only topographies of ignorance. That you are right, sir. This is why I don't go on I kind of like said, hey, I gotta. Man, let's continue. Let's continue.
A good marriage, or it's gonna be a good relationship, but I'm saying that they can get something.
Yeah. So okay. Beta bucks is getting the leftovers, bro. It's like you go to the fridge and there's like the heel of the bread and like the last piece of fucking bologna. You know what I'm saying? And he's going provision for that.
Yeah.
He's going to pay for that. Most women. So you're saying that because women.
He was saying most women end up with someone like that.
Yeah, beta provider.
He's not so
totally how desperate he is to have his lineage.
Yeah. And so like the thing is girls, inherently, I mean, they have bazillions of options. Bazillions and bazillions. They just wake up and there's dicks everywhere. That's just. I mean, you think
sexually in the sexual market, like
I mean, dude, literally, there's options everywhere. For men, that's not the case. You have to have status. You have to have your shit together. You have to have finance. You have to have social network. You have to have game.
Don't worry, guys. We'll end this here soon. I just want to get to the line.
In the words of
I
Patrice
disagree
O'Neal.
with that
You
part.
disagree with that?
In the
Yeah.
words of Patrice O'Neal. In the
Yeah.
words of
Oh, I'm about to invoke Patrice O'Neal.
Patrice O'Neal.
Bro, the
Everyone knows
average man
Patrice
is not
O'Neal,
enough
right?
for the average woman.
I said if he's handsome and he has swag, he don't really have to have money.
He
Because
mentioned that.
At first,
I'm saying,
Yeah, but
to retain,
to-
but to retain it might be a little more difficult.
Yeah.
You know, you
yeah,
need
to
you need to
retain it be
provide
different, but to just
eventually
be able to
if
be
you want to get
smashing.
married.
He
Wait,
makes
I
that
didn't,
comfort.
I didn't finish the statement.
Yeah.
He
Oh, you're
makes
talking about marriage.
Yeah, I'm talking about just long-term perspective. Okay, if you're
Okay.
a man of status and you end up with a girl and she's like, okay, he's ticking all of these boxes. He's handsome. He's jacked. He's got business. He's got finance. He's got security.
All the buckets.
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah.
Then you have options
Yeah.
as a man.
Yeah.
If-
I got you. I'm
If
with you.
you're jacked but you're broke and you don't have any emotional control or don't even understand what frame
I'm
is
with
in a relationship, you're toast. You're going to end up.
Yeah, now we're doing the binary thing, like it's either this or it's that, Again, it's just we're making up hypotheticals and caricatures of men in our head, like not,
You don't have longevity.
You're
You're
gonna end up
speaking
with-
from a longevity.
Yeah,
Okay, my
You got short-term mating, but not
Yeah.
long-term.
Yeah, you're,
Gotcha.
you're ended up with the piece of bologna in the heel of the
I'm with
heel
you
of a
now.
loaf of
I'm-
bread. You know what I'm saying?
I didn't understand.
Well,
I got you now.
I'll say this: I'm not a good man, and when I say
there
that,
it is.
like, and I'll say that because it's not that I'm good or bad, because I led men to do crazy things.
All right,
I used to
I've had
overreact.
enough. I'm sure you guys have had enough. I just wanted to get to that part. Yeah, that was a shitty show to be on. I was bored. I was like explaining like 1 plus 1 equals 2. I was explaining stuff that's like inherently obvious, and then we're going to abstractions and community and morality. And guys, that's been my whole time on Twitter. It's like, yeah, these are some guys from the ghetto in Dallas. I don't know, but it's all men that aren't sexually experienced think like this, right? They think that you're licking the ice cream. They think that men are the ones that are like playing women and not the other way around. Women are running circles. Hell, women run circles we're running circles around me sometimes from time to time. I just got caught up. I'm like, oh shit. I just caught myself early. Like, oh shit. Yeah, this girl's been getting a lot out of me and I've been getting nothing. Oh, good for her. Like I'd be like, damn, nice job. Good for her. Right? Yeah, I thought you guys would hate it, but whatever. Yeah. But essentially, guys, that's it. That's my career is talking to people like that and on Twitter and them telling me that I'm wrong, and it's basic like that. You're a bad person because you're attractive, right? You're a bad person because you use your power for selfish reasons. You don't make life easier for me. You make it harder for everyone else. You know what I'm saying? Like this weak shit. And just like broke people are obsessed with morality and how other rich, powerful people should spend their money. Sexless people also have a lot of opinions on how sexually successful men should act, right? So, yeah. Kindle version this Friday, my friend. This Friday it will drop. I just had some issues on Amazon with it, but it will drop soon, my friend. This stream inspired one of the most inspired dumps I've taken. So I'm glad you probably really needed to get it out of your system. So yeah, zero sum, even though, yeah, and for what it's worth, Michael, I also do, especially like I struggle with this sometimes with like dating content, right? Because to me, I always view it as market share. There's only so many hours in the day that people can watch Red Pill content, right? So if I stream and then Jack streams, then he's going to take the market share, or I'm going to take the market share, and so on and so forth, right? And I sometimes believe this. I struggle with this, right? So the way I see it is that perhaps there is a limitless amount. Perhaps the Red Pill is still kind of a blue ocean, but not on YouTube. Maybe in other, like maybe Substack Red Pill is still a blue ocean. But from what I've seen and me being here for a while, right? I'm not a very successful YouTuber and I struggle with the platform, right? Um, and one of the things I struggle with is that the people, and I'm going to play devil's advocate, right? There is this guy recently whose content is eerily similar to mine in terms of, I want to say in terms of delivery, but in terms of like concepts. And first off, that's the first fallacy. just because his content sounds similar to mine does not mean that he stole it, right? Because if you think about it, I have taken Rolo's work, Jack's work, uh, Ryan's work, a whole bunch of people's work, and used it and repurposed it and repackaged it and used it in my life. And to me, since I acknowledge these people, does that make me better than him? Right? So let's say he did use my work, right? He reads my tweets or reads my articles or whatever he reads, right? Or watches my show, and he does repackage it. Um, he did it in a more entertaining way, right? And because of that, maybe that makes me bitter because I'm like, hey, I want to be more entertaining, but at the same time, I want to be informative, and I can't balance the two. And perhaps the audience he has doesn't want to be educated as much as they want to be entertained or validated, right? Or seeking consensus. So, those are all things that I go through my head, right? Whenever I have a strong feeling about something, I always play devil's advocate and try not to make myself the victim or bitter and all that stuff, right? This guy gets invited on a big red pill show. I'm not going to say which one, but he gets invited on a big red pill show, and he mentions he has written 19 AI books. And I didn't watch the show because I don't want to get pissed, right? But he's written 19 AI books, 19, right? Like just getting them out like hotcakes. I'm like, okay. That I found that out last week, a couple days ago, like 4 or 5 days ago. And that was when I was doing the final touches on my book and getting it out the door. And I'll tell you guys, man, it's hard not to be a little bit annoyed, by people that take it this lightly, and people that start later than you and get farther than you and all that stuff. Um, it's not an easy thing, right? It's something that I have to work with. I have to understand myself. I have to play devil's advocate and be like, hey, listen, just because this doesn't mean this. Just because this doesn't mean this, right? He has commented on one of my Instagram shorts, which is kind of made me think in my head. He's probably taking my stuff and using it for his own ideas, which is what other content creators do. It's normal. Like content creation is the least creative thing you'll ever do. And I play piano, I do, dancing and all that stuff, right? Much more creative than content creation. So that right now is telling me like, hey, you got to stop trying to be so different and in your lane, because the guys that follow everyone else and steal from other people, are on primetime red pill shows and are clouded and have better social media strategy than you. And you get to be invited on low level podcasts and yelled at for your life choices, right? So um, it's tough, right? It's tough. But the silver lining here is that I believe in my work, I believe in my methods. Um, and I wouldn't be putting it out to you guys unless I felt 100% that everything in there was premium knowledge, not copied, pasted, it was premium, backed by years, if not a decade or more of study and action. So when it comes down to these feelings, right? Is there a big market share? Is it like, hey, Nuke has 1%, Jack has 3%, or this person has 5%? I don't know, right? I don't know if it's zero sum. But what I do know, right, is that the things that I've had to like do, and I thought I was doing right. I thought these things would like make my job easier, going on podcasts, defending my point, interviewing women, interviewing people outside the red pill, shaking hands, whatever, traveling to meet people. No, none of it. None of it. None of this helps. Um, and I'll tell you something, guys, like behind the scenes, these people are crazy, man. These people are insane. They're not socially calibrated. They're like I want to say, what's the word? Not pro-social. I want to say antisocial. They show a lot of antisocial behavior, right? So, for example, I talked. Phil is cool. Phil's a business owner, so he kind of like lives more of a normal life than he doesn't podcast anymore. But in that moment, he was a business owner. He seemed like a normal guy, and I met his wife or his baby mom or whatever, also normal, right? But you guys got to admit, like a virgin battle rapper, that's weird. There's something wrong with you, bro. right? You're talking to a man who's calmly defending women's behavior and nature, and you can't accept it, right? But he's doing it calmly, right? Which means I'm very socialized. I understand where I'm at. I understand. I instantly knew about now we're in. Oh, this is an ambush. So I handle that correctly. When I talked to Angela Knight in the beginning, like when I first started making content, right? I knew she was pissed. I knew that she thought the Red Pill was a bunch of losers, right? Diffused her completely. By the end of the show, I had her laughing and giving me advice and saying, "Hey, thanks. You are one of the good ones." Whatever. Not that I gave a shit, right? But it was for my audience to see. Hey, and maybe I'm just too socially calibrated to do this, right? Because you see how I checked out, and I'm just like, what are we doing here? Like, what the hell? Like, these aren't normal people, right? Yeah. Um, yeah, and she disappeared completely off the internet, right? And my interview is still there if you guys want to watch it. It's in on their interview playlist. It's still there. I wish I could do it, but I'm getting tired here, right? It's already late. But what I'm saying is, guys, is at the end of the day, these people are weirder than you think, right? Don't look up to us. I've met some of these people. I was in a space with Andrew Wilson and Homath. Um, and now we're just calmly defending our points. And I said something really like red pill, really like, hey, they were talking about how the military is feminized and women get to do things in the military they're not supposed to do. And I calmly explained, like, hey, guys, like you've been a general for 30 years. You've climbed up the ranks, one of the hardest things to do. You're in Washington now. You're a 2-star general, 1-star, 2-star, 3-star general. And I think 4 stars only in wartime. And you've done all that. What makes you think that that 2-star general is going to throw his career away by saying out loud on a public forum that women shouldn't serve in this capacity or that capacity? And they called me a retard. And now whole math is slowly going into insanity. Right? It was in a Twitter space. And these things kept happening throughout my I've had people make videos saying that I had herpes. There's a video on YouTube. There's people that have dedicated hours of Twitter spaces to me because I said mean things once. And I'm not that important. And what I tell people, right, is that I'm not paid enough to get this amount of flack. Now let's play devil's advocate, right? Devil's advocate is I do it to myself. I seek out this type of engagement on Twitter. I piss people off, so I'm going to get it back. But on the flip side of that, these people are supposed to be like the people, right? And I've seen them behind the scenes, or at least interacted with them online more closer than maybe a podcast or something. And it's just like, listen, man, like take the books, man, take the work, take the books. Don't like take the people talking with a grain of salt, right? We're all fucked up. We all have weird skeletons in our closet. I've been doing this for a while. I'm trying to think of a skeleton I have in my closet. Maybe I have one or two. But if something comes out, I'm gonna be like, I told you so, guys. Like I told you not to think of me as some like well-rounded person, right? Being a nuke, you're already weird. Being Dominican, you're already weird. Making red pill content, triple weird. Anime nerd, quadruple weird. All these things, right? So don't focus on me. Don't focus on my identity. I'm nobody. I could probably tomorrow I could find out that I'm just a giant like weirdo something, right? Focus on the information, focus on what I've written down, and use it because nuke can be destroyed, right? Nuke can be destroyed, and not as and pretty easily. I can get demonetized. I can get kicked off a platform. I can get exposed for something, like, hey, this nuke sent me a dick pic 15 years ago. What a weirdo. That could bring me unnecessary flack. Um, all these things, right? Just like the Dark Knight. It's remember this, right? If there's anything I want people to about me and my identity, a red pill guy can be anyone. A red pill guy can be anyone, right? It could be a guy on a Navy ship, 6 months into a deployment, trying to tell his friend that it's not going to be over and that there's still hope and that maybe, wait till you get home to talk to your wife about your problems, right? Focus on the mission. It could be that same guy has decided to not date women in the Navy because he valued his career more than he did a little bit of sex. And most importantly, a red pill guy can be anyone. Even a guy simply going on a show, talking about his experience in good faith, and writing a book with 80,000 words, 246 pages of everything he's ever learned. And not one passage, paragraph, or anything in there will make you less capable as a man. There is no woman hate. There is no you deserve this, king. There is no doom and gloom. It is simply the most human dating guide in existence, in my opinion, right? And I've read a lot of dating stuff. So a red pill guy can be anyone. So thank you, sir. I appreciate it. We're about to wrap here soon.
Thank you so much, best friend.
This is Shaw with the $5. Congrats on the book release, Snook. Thank you. This is Shaw. I appreciate it, man. Shaw taught me how to set up my cameras and told me to get a cam link, which is what I use for my normal videos. So thank you, sir. Appreciate the help. But yeah. Yeah, I'm not your guru if I'm and the thing is like again, I've had mostly I got red pill once and I learned my lesson immediately, right? Like I didn't like it wasn't like I kind of like picked up. I'm like, okay. And then, in that journey, I still right, but during the podcast era, I was dating and having a great time with women. In the Navy, I was terrified of the women in the Navy. There were women in the Navy were 10 times worse than any girl on any podcast, like whatever podcast or anything like that. They're so bad. I was living in terror like every day sometimes. But yeah, it was just like I'd never had that bad of an experience with women. I've had cautionary tales, but even then, guys, this is for you. Don't waste time trying to explain to people that your views, that you're right. Hell, you can be completely wrong. But if being completely wrong gets you laid, paid, happy, fulfilled, you're on your way to your goals, you're sleeping better at night. Yeah. Yeah. You don't want to keep this to yourself, man. Give this information to people who are ready, who deserve it, who are going to value it, because the world does not care. The world wants to believe what it wants to believe. People are really deep into their own belief systems. And you'll realize in time that it was never about us and me and what, the red pill is about you, right? It was always about you. It's not about anyone else but you and what you want. And no matter what I've tried to do to convince other people, hey, I'm not actually a bad person, it just makes it worse. So yeah, use it for yourself. Be selfish, man. This is just for you. So yeah. I won't name names, but I met a TriCon influencer who was popular. Got to see her interact with a random dude. She be exactly like girl. Enjoyed a guy's company. She was engaged. Nice. Yeah, girls are girls, man. It is what it is. But yeah. Does anyone have any more questions? Oh God. Oh, we got Karn with the $10. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, best friend.
Karn 9792 with the $10. I'd recognize that newer RP guys being more socially calibrated. You and Jack and Michael comes to mind. Good example of someone who got past the anger. It's approachable and I appreciate it. Yeah, well, the thing is, one thing I don't know, every guy has his like moment where he's like, I'm no longer mad at women. Like you get mad at individual women that treat you bad, just like you get mad at an individual dude that treated you bad, right? But in general, you don't carry that because at one point, what happens is while you're mad, you're in your rage phase, you're self-improving, you're doing things to get better. Maybe you get a promotion here and there, you clean up you just improve, right? You become a little bit obsessed with improving because you were such in a deficit that now you're just like, and then you're self-improving, and in that hate, you're gonna see glimpses of women treating you so good because you're attractive. You're getting away with more. You're being prioritized. Um, that it's just gonna soften you over a little time, and that's what happened to me. I was rage, right, but then girls started treating me a little really good, like really good. I was like, oh, and then over time, and then I dated a girl that was like, I had just finished reading Manipulated Man like 3 months earlier, so I was like deep into the like quagmire of rage, and but I was still like doing my thing, right? But I was just, plus the stress of the Navy, I was just angry guy, right? And then she flew in, old like friend of my brother's, and then uh she was sending me care packages in the Navy. You'll read about her in the book, right? She was sending me care packages across the ocean. She had never met me, but she was still sending me boxes. And um we met in person in Puerto Rico, and then she flew back, and then I flew back to our respective states. Her state was like an hour flight away, right? So she would fly in from time to time. I didn't know where it was going. I counted as like a long distance relationship, so I didn't take it too seriously, right? But the way that woman treated me, it just knocked my rage face out of me completely, right? You have to do the work. You have to understand that the world's not against you. Women are not out to get you, blah, 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 right? But you're still gonna have a residual anger, but you're gonna meet because you're attractive, you have game now, you're working on yourself, you're starting to slowly become back to center. You're not emotional about women anymore. Um, a woman's gonna catch on that you're awesome and on the way up, and she's just gonna treat you good. She's gonna treat you like wifey. It may be in the context of a relationship, or maybe just casual or whatever it is, but you're gonna get treated so good that there's what anger is like. She's gonna suss the anger out, and that really is healthy, right? Because it teaches you something. You can't be a victim. Being a victim is not sexy. It doesn't help you. Even if you are, right? Think as I have action, I have agency, I can do things, and I most of my problems with women are opt-in, right? You're still gonna have a little residual anger. But when you see a woman step up to the plate and be pleasant, then you learn something that, hey, it's women's job to keep you around with their behavior. It's not your job. That's part of your anger because you thought, hey, if I'm not good enough, women won't stick around. Now that you have the leverage because you're not a fucking slob, um, women are treating you good, and now you get to decide, you know, if you keep seeing her, right? Usually, like, obviously, I say 3 foot's law, right? She controls access to both sex and relationships, right? But you've given her a good incentive, a great incentive, and now she treats you better. And now she sees that other girls are into you, so she treats you even better because girls are competitive. And what anger phase is left when you're getting treated like a king by women? I always say, like, the angriest guy on the internet at women is one blowjob away from no longer being in his anger phase. So, yeah, and also being in an anger phase is just tiring, man. But even pretending to be mad at women, it burns you out, right? I don't know how to play One Piece, man. I know how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Really good. Me and Jack used to play Yu-Gi-Oh! On stream a couple times. That was fun. But yeah. Um, Let me see. Anyways, guys, I think that's all I have. Thanks for putting up with me. I know that that purple pill section was rough, right? But it was just I wanted to make a point, right? Um, I don't know how much I have left here in this space, you know. I could one day wake up and be too burnt out to continue. I may get a super high security job or something, or I could just be like, "Hey, I've done what I've done. I got to get out of here," or whatever, right? I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but one day. Um, a lot of these people that come in here are coming for clout, they're coming for attention, they're coming for whatever, right? I just want to leave you guys with something. I want to leave you guys with a document. I know I have my tweets, right? But they're just tweets. And I know I have my Substack. I get it. But I want to leave something physical so you guys can, I can at least say, hey, I did something, right? I did something to change someone's life instead of yelling at women or telling men that they're not good enough. Great, you're not good enough. You know what you have to do. You're a grown man, right? You know that you have to lift weights. Like, why do I gotta explain that to you, right? But I wanted to leave with something because all these people, the people I've interviewed, right? I'm gonna leave out some names, right? But like Angela Knight, she, these people show up on shows. They have these opportunities to show up on shows, and they don't sell anything. They just talk about live like me, be like me. I'm awesome. That's all it is, right? This show, right? I don't know where he got the money to pay for the studio, but he paid for the studio, and what does he have to show for? No work, no book, nothing. Hasn't improved anyone's life, right? Look at all the female dating advice. It's be yourself, therapy, whatever, be interesting, wear a polo shirt. Great. Hold doors open for women, be polite, whatever. I'm like, great. And there's no proof of concept. So I ask you guys this before I go. Um, um, here's sorry. Here's what I got to say. There is no proof of concept, but I'm gonna let you guys be proof of concept. If you guys purchase the book, read it, and if it doesn't help you, if it sucks, then hold me to that standard. Because none of these people got held to the standard. And I don't want them to because they're not in the game, right? They're not in my game. Everyone loves talking about self-improvement, woo-woo, therapy speak, purple pill, whatever, but no one's there saying, here is my shit. Like live by this. If it doesn't work, then I suck. No one wants that level of proof or uh proof of concept, right? They want this like abstract area of, oh, like maybe if you did this, like they don't want to be proven, they don't want to be put in a position where they could be proven wrong, right? So they got to talk in certain ways and obfuscate and change their mind, blah blah blah. Like, remember that Dr. Deloney clip? That's what that is. None of that is really helpful, right? Hey, your husband's a jerk, case closed, have a nice day. That doesn't fucking help anyone. There's no proof of concept there, right? All you did is tell her how she should feel. You didn't tell her how to get out of that situation. Great. Not here. I'm like, hey, this happened. All right, cool. Let's get really analytical with this. Here are your options. Option 1, 2, 3. Do this. If this doesn't work, do this. Here's the flow chart. Have a nice day. So, problem solved. Fuck off. You know. Yeah. So, well, and then finally, guys, I want to say thank you to all my followers, all of you guys, all the super chats, not only today but over time. I know you guys have been very supportive, very kind. I do not expect any super chats from you guys, right? But it's always nice to have a little bit of support. I'll use this money. I'll buy Tadashi some nice bone or something with this money, or buy him something like a new bed, um, or anything like that. But yeah, I appreciate it, guys. Long journey to get here. Lots of mental setbacks. I'm lucky. The Twitter algorithm favors me for some reason, but I'm lucky, and hopefully, you know, this book helps. This book gets you there. And um, remember what I say, right? Hold on. Final quotes. 2 final quotes. Hold on. Thought I would have this ready, but I didn't. I'll get to your super chat in a second. Man, in the arena. Darn it. All right, let me see. Okay, here we go. Let me get the super chat real quick, sir. You get a $6 shrimp special.
Jesus answered, I am the way and the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. $6 shrimp special!
Michael Traptree with the $2. Real question: do you recommend Shibas? Depends on your personality, right? A lot of how you choose a breed is like temperament, and people forget. And temperament decides a lot on whether you should get a dog. Shibas are very they're not cuddly. They don't like to be like, like golden retrievers that, you might get a Shiba with that particular personality, but they're not super cuddly. They do their own thing. They're like cats. They're very independent. However, they're very loyal and very smart. The I think they're, I don't know where they stand. Definitely not border collie. Border collie is the smartest dog. But they're very smart dogs, and they're very doing their own thing. However, they're very loyal, and they're very people love them. People love them. They see them. They're the meme dog, right? So if you like attention from people, but you like a dog that does its own thing and it's not always bothering you for cuddles and stuff like that, then Shibas are great. They're also small, so they're great for apartments and all that stuff. But they're not the most social, right? If you have visitors, they'll likely hide, or they'll be a little bit standoffish and all that stuff, and all that. But they're easy to take care of. They're not very what do you call it? They're not very it's difficult to take care of. Yeah, they're not very difficult, but also they don't bite because they don't have enough bite power to hurt you. Maybe they'll nip at you and all that stuff. So yeah, Shibas are not too bad, So I recommend, and they're great for introverted people, right? If you're a person that you're kind of an introvert, like to stay inside and only do like 2 walks a day and all that stuff, they're great. So yeah, I recommend Shibas if that's like your temper. If you're like have a more introverted, quiet temperament. So yeah. But anyways, guys, that's all for me. You guys know the deal. Thank you again for purchasing the book. For those of you who have, we're going to continue making good content, and I just wanted to read this for you guys before I go. And it is the Man in the Arena speech by the greatest president that ever lived, Theodore Roosevelt. It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. Sounds like a lot like what I was talking about earlier on that podcast. The credit belongs to the man who's actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood. Yeah, that's why girls can't give dating advice, and that's why old dudes who've been married for 60 years, or the Ben Shapiro's of the world, also can't give dating advice. Who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes up short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming. Who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. So, sometimes I'm thinking to get get a poster. I gotta get a poster of it too, or at least a small thing. So, but yeah. All right, guys, that's all I have. I'll take us out, and you guys have a. Which one should I use? Which outro? Oh, I'll use this one. You guys have a good night. Thank you.